Happy New Year, everybody.
Happy New Year.
Welcome to our first Saturday Night Live of the new year. Hope y'all had a good day. A lot of you, I know we saw you yesterday and last night and today. Happy to see you again tonight. Let me go back here and see who's here. Ivy, Ivy was here early, sitting crocheting, anticipating what I will do with all my goodies I bought this weekend. So many pretties. Oh, awesome. Can't wait to see what you do with them, Ivy. Can't wait to see what you make. Hope you'll post it in the group. Love that, Ivy. Have an Afghan to finish, but just don't have the oomph to get it. Maybe soon. Good. Hi, Margie. Hello, Christy. How are you? Good to see you. Hi, Julie. What is John? Wait till the middle of the day, the hottest part of the day, to go outside and do the mowing. Maybe he likes the sun, working up a sweat, burning some calories. I don't know, getting a tan. He looked utterly miserable at the thought of it. Hope he doesn't get cranky later. Dang it, Cuppy climbed up on my chest and is screwing up my typing. Of course, that's Cuppy's forte. But she's purring, so whatever. She can do whatever she wants, right? Kathy just finished crocheting a scarf. Just have to weave in loose ends. Nice, Kathy. Very nice. It's funny how a lot of paper crafters also crochet. That is true. Love the sound of purring kitty. Yeah, she's a happy girl. Hey, Candy. Hello, Candy. Oh my gosh. Whipper snipping? Is that like weed eating? Oh, he's whipper snipping too. Is that like weed eating? Whipper snipping. So, Marge, you're going to blame the cat for your bad typing. Oh, just see the screen blink. Yes. Yep, that's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Whipper snipper cuts the edge of the grass. What do we call that, Debbie? What's that little thing called? An edger.
Oh, edger, yes.
It has another name though, doesn't it? But it's the edger, the grass edger, a weed eater, I
Weed
suppose.
whacker.
Weed whacker, yeah. Edger, weed whacker. That was Candy winking at everybody. That was good, Kathy. That was really good. Hey, Debbie. Good to see you, Debbie Riddick. Not you, Debbie, but it's good to see you too.
I think you'd be sick of me after yesterday and
No,
today.
no. Candy. Oh, wait, I have Marianne to blame everything. Oh, yeah. I mean, she made me spend all. I did. It's my fault, Rodney. It's my fault. Want to make something of it? Come see me. Oh, and bring candy with you. Oh, goodness. That's cute. We call it weed eating. Yep. Or as hubby used to say, eat weeding. My goodness. You felt sorry for her with a bum leg and a bum arm. Yeah, she had a lot of pity on me this weekend, didn't she? One arm, one leg person. Funny thing was, wasn't trying to be funny. He just could not say it right. Feeding it to hubby, so he'll feel sorry for Marianne and overlook the big cash payout from our account. You think he'll buy that story? I don't think she cares if he buys it or not. Oh man, I'm so glad I'm the one that takes care of the money. I should just head straight to debtor's prison and meet Mousy there. Oh goodness, you guys are funny tonight. Of course he won't buy it, but he might feel sorry for Marianne and only give me the look instead of the "you need to stick to a budget" blah 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 lecture. Oh goodness. uh Hey, Glennis. What, Margie? That's a bad word. Hi, P and M, Patricia and Mariah. Good to see you guys. Marianne, you should have seen his face looking miserable. Aw, poor John. Oh, let's see. Well, Tina's here. Just woke up. Oh my gosh, lucky Tina got a nap. Boy, I think we all needed one. Awesome. Good for you, Tina. We have whippersnippers. We call them weed eaters or edgers or weed whackers. Weed whacker, not whack. Oh, yeah. You guys have had me laughing all weekend, and that's a really good thing because the time has just flown by because we've been just laughing and having a ball 2 doors down. Oh, Debbie's here to keep me sane tonight. because, after 2 days and nights, you never know what'll come out of my mouth, and Debbie's going to keep me on track.
Or
Right,
try
Debbie?
to, or
Or
maybe you're gonna keep me on track.
Mhm. Mm. So hopefully everybody had oh, hi, Sylvia. Laughter is the best medicine. I totally agree. There is not much more that we could do collectively for each other than make each other laugh. It's really good mentally, physically, emotionally. It's just good all the way around. Big rainstorm going on now in North Alabama. Wow. Yeah. Tina says, good luck, Debbie.
Thanks,
Glenna
Tina.
says, good luck, Debbie. Oh my goodness. Come on. And these are my friends.
Yes, Candy, it is. The blind leading the blind.
Oh, that's hilarious. Well,
You know this isn't my comfort zone,
at least
so
I feel it at home with the blind. Oh, so I feel like I barely come upstairs and turned around, and here we are again. Fireworks going off again. Dogs are loving it. Yeah, right. Not. They're going to be barking in your ear all night long. 2020. All right, Debbie, I'm going to put you on the spot. 2022. I just said 2020.
you
Is
did.
gone. 2020 is gone. And now 2021 is gone. 2021 is gone. 2022. Two. Well, I can't even do that right. Two. Nope. There it is. Two what? Two something in one. Two.
Is that like double mint?
What's the commercial?
Double mint gum.
Two something in one.
Um,
I don't know. Anyway,
double your pleasure, double your fun.
That-
Something with double mint gum.
yeah. Okay,
That's kind of dating me a little bit.
Yeah, it is. Okay, what can I say? I'm old. In a year, Debbie, did you know that in 1 year, 2022 will be gone?
Okay, that's profound. Yes,
That's Margie's profound information right now. That you think you're starting a new year? Just wait. In 1 year, it'll be gone.
It'll be gone. Yeah,
Poof.
364 to go.
So, 2022 is the year we are going to 2 mints in one. That's it, Kathy. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is all two mints in one. 2022 is the year we are going to get organized. Everybody who wants to get organized, we're going to get organized in 2022. It's the year we're going to, what's the second thing?
Use our stuff.
I'm putting you on the spot. That's the third thing.
Oh, that's the third thing?
Because that's the biggest. Release our creativity.
Oh, okay, yeah. Release, yes.
Our
release
creativity.
our creativity.
And the third thing Debbie said is we're going
to use more paper so I can buy more paper.
Use more paper so we can buy more paper. We know we're going to buy more paper anyway. We want to use it so we have a place to put it. Besides, I really do think, I used to think I'd just get the paper and just keep it and look at it and hoard it because it's so pretty and I just want to look at it. But I'm realizing that I'm actually enjoying it more when I use it because it's prettier to look at it in a made form. Does that make sense? Made into something? Hubby loves the use more, buy more. Well, we just will organize one thing at a time, just one little thing at a time, whether it's the desk or a drawer or whatever it is. Problem is when we take on the whole organization thing all at once as a whole, it's overwhelming. And
one step at a time.
Yeah, you know how far we get. You don't get very far and you just throw up your hands because there's so much and it's going to take forever. It's just way overwhelming. So one thing, one item, one step at a time. Thought we were going to post what we're not using and learn to use it. We are. Sylvia, everybody, I hope that you'll join me on Mondays at noon for Marianne's Monday Jumpstart. Instead of dreading Mondays, we're going to look forward to Mondays and make them a great day and a jump start to the week. And tomorrow's Sunday, so I almost said tomorrow. So the following day on Monday, I'm going to actually ask you at the first one and make a list of all the things that you have that you don't use, that you've never used, that you're afraid of using, that you don't know how to use, that sounded cool, looked cool, but don't know what to do with, all those things. And we are going to use those on Mondays for sure. It's when you make those awesome projects like the album I bought in the box you made for Doug. Yeah. See, the paper looks way more cool, way cooler, way more cool. What is it? I don't know. Debbie, which is proper grammar. I can't even think straight anymore.
Candy's got tornado watches going.
We have tornado. Uh-oh. Expect the way best. Oh, no. Yeah. If you, just don't do a Dorothy, Candy. Yeah, no kidding. Oh, man. I hope you don't get a tornado near you. You just don't need that right now, Candy. Yeah, the paper does look way more cool, way cooler when you make it into something like the cool album or the cool box. That movie freaked me out as a kid. Oh, shit. It was worse than a scary movie. Well, of course, when you live in Tornado Alley, is it Tornado Alley or Hurricane Alley? Tornado Zone. I don't know. Okay, so one of the things that we are going to do this year, after hearing from a lot of people in various forms, the same kind of things, we are going to pick up our idea book, resource book again. We started this a couple of years ago, and then we diverted and didn't come back and finish that series. So the idea/resource book is a place for you to go when you need new ideas or new ideas of old things that you've forgotten. Maybe you're making a project and you're making a folio, you're making an album or a journal or whatever, and you want to put something here on this page, but you can't think of what to put there. You can go to your idea book, your resource book, and flip through it and see all kinds of things that you've made. And most of the time when I do, I go, oh yeah, that is so old that I forgot about it, because we're always looking at all the new things. And by the end of the year, you're going to have a big fat book. Maybe we'll even have to make a second one to put all the things in, because I want you to just have a book stuffed full of ideas. And we're going to take those things and we're going to mass make them, so that you see things that you like, or even if you don't look at the resource book to make something new, you can have a bunch of boxes or a bunch of baggies, maybe gallon baggies or 2-gallon baggies, and each one is filled full of a particular type of thing. Like Debbie and I have been talking about paper clips. We'll take paper clips and we'll alter paper clips maybe 3 different ways. And so you'll have a bag full of 3 different types of altered paper clips. And you do a book, you can go to your paper clips and go through them and find whatever ones you like for this book and put them in it, and you're ready to go. When you do that, you can put together a journal in no time. I mean, literally in a day. You could put together a really super great journal for somebody as a gift. And I think a lot of us would do a lot more of them and making them and gifting them if we didn't feel like we needed a month to do it, to put it together, if we had all those things ready to go. And so we're going to be doing some mass making. But anytime you make anything, you want to make at least 2. And you put one in your idea/resource book, and then the other one you can use. And that's the only way you build up the idea book, the resource book, is by always making one that you can put in there. Even if you're making something, oh, I want to make this one right now for this project. Great, just make 2. It really only takes seconds to make 2 of something rather than 1 of something, because when you're talking about elements and ephemera, they just don't take all that long. So one of the other projects that was on my list to do was to show you how to make journal covers out of these padded envelopes that we all probably get a ton of, not only from Amazon, but from all kinds of companies.
Candy didn't like Dorothy's shoes.
The ruby red slippers.
Candy, it's all about the shoes.
This one's full of them. Stuff. There's little ones. and big ones and all kinds of different ones. So yeah, I get a ton of them and just stuff them in a big one and keep them. Look, there's even a brown one that doesn't have a lot of padding in it, but it still feels padded. So that's kind of cool. But yeah, you can make great journal covers out of these. And so I wanted to show you how to make the journal covers out of these. Oh, that one's more padded than the other one. And so I thought, why not combine the two? Why don't we make the journal cover out of one of these? Uh-oh, Kathy's got tornado sirens. Darn it.
Be safe.
Be safe. Be safe. Be careful. We will be thinking of you. Hi, Penny. Don't think I saw you come in. Shoot. Yeah, well, I thought, let's just make the journal cover out of one of these, which will show how to make the journal cover, and we can put it to use right away on our idea book or resource book. And honestly, I think you'll have enough time tonight to make two. I really, really do. Because remember, we're not decorating the whole journal, the whole book. All we're doing is making the book so that we can then start adding our ideas and elements to it. These are not Tyvek. I don't think, no, they're not Tyvek. They do tear. But you could use Tyvek. I wouldn't waste Tyvek on this, honestly, because we're going to cover these. And it doesn't matter that the ends are torn open or cut open. Doesn't even matter. That one happens to be cut nicely. Most of mine are not. Most of mine are just torn off, however they're torn off. And that's perfectly fine. Doesn't even matter. So you could make two tonight, and one then that you could do a whole journal that's decorated and all of that, and one that is a journal that we add to every week. Hi, Ivy. Oh, Ivy was already here. So, maybe she left and came back. One that we add to all the time. I have also heard from a lot of people that they have never actually put a journal together. We've made a lot of elements, a lot of ephemera. They've made pages, with ink and with paint, done a lot of parts and pieces, but have never actually constructed a journal. So I thought, oh, that's a cool piece. That'd be great.
That's off of the
I like it. Ooh, so I actually inspiration. Yeah, same thing. Idea book, inspiration journal, resource journal, whatever you want to call it. Yes, perfect, Margie. We can add to it, and you might have some things in there that you want to take a picture and text it to me so that we can make them if we haven't done it in a long time. I mean, there's things that keep popping up that I haven't thought about or seen for 10, 20 years. Like that little meander book. Hadn't thought about that in forever until Tina posted one that she got. So, I thought, what better way to start the year than on day one of the year, we actually put together a full journal. So everybody that's here, you can no longer say you have not put together a journal, that you've not made a book. The first day of the year, you made a book. It's all piece of cake from there. It's intimidating. It seems a little bit big and daunting until you've done it. Once we're all here. Mariana left and came back. Yeah. Once you've done it, you'll go, oh, is that all there is to it? It's really not that big a deal. It really isn't. That being said, there are a number of different ways that you can bind books, and we can learn lots of different bookbinding methods if we want, but just to put a journal together, a book together, is not a big deal. And so you just need to do a simple one, know that you can do it, and well, that's it. Now I can learn something new if I want. Margie, you did make the inspiration book, but you never put anything in it. Margie's going to watch and shake her pom-poms. That's good. She can keep the chat going. Mm-hmm. But so Margie, you've already got the inspiration book. We just need to fill it now, right? Okay, so here's where we're going to start. And I keep all of these because I could use this and make a small journal. This could make a giant one. I'm not going to make a giant one, but I might cut it in half and make two. So I keep them until I decide, how I'm going to use them in what way. So let's do this. First, let me ask who all is making a journal for their inspiration journal, idea book, resource guide. Who's going to make it with us tonight? I am. Debbie is. Glennis, eager to know what glue is good for the plastic ones. Oh, I guess I need to grab my glue too, huh? Oh. Glennis, are you making it? Who else is making it? Anybody else making it? Debbie should zoom out a bit and straighten up the shot.
Zoom out a bit and do what?
I don't think it was the shot that's not straight. I think the thing on your desk was just not straight.
Oh.
Yeah, because you're straight now.
I was turning things around.
Yeah, no, you're fine. Let's see. You can use score tape on the plastic ones. Yes. At least making Glennis, at least making fover. Is that at least making 4? Or at least making forever? So, well, okay. Here's
Sylvia
what Go ahead.
Sylvia said she is. And Margie, I never straighten up.
Debbie. Straighten up and fly right.
I talked to Candy. She's an influence.
No, that's the truth. That's what I'm going to blame it on.
Candy, thank you so much for doing those invoices.
Oh my goodness. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So first thing I'm going to say is that before I think about the cover, this is a lot of people do this a lot of different ways. Some people make the cover first. Some people make the inside of the book first. I will say this. If you want to use specific things inside the book, then you need to build your cover around it. If you don't care and you want the book to be a certain size, then you will cut your insides to size. I mean, that makes perfect sense, right? So I don't want to have a lot of hassle with the inside pages. I want it to be big enough to put things in, but I don't want it to be so big that it's awkward to deal with. So I'm going to use just straight basic 8.5 by 11 size paper and fold it in half. And folding it in half, that then is the size of my journal, my book, like that. So a signature is going to be built around that. And so that makes my book. I guess I'm going to need several things here. You would think I just came out of a sale or something and didn't have all my stuff right next to me, right?
You can't make this bigger?
Say what?
You can't make it bigger?
You can make it as big as you want. Absolutely.
So what if I wanted it just like this? What is this? Like 12, well, it's 11 by 11.
So if it's 11 by 11 and you fold it in half to make it the journal cover.
Oh.
Then what do you have?
5.5.
5.5.
Okay. So
now what is it 11 the other direction as well?
Yeah.
It's a perfect square.
Oh,
wow.
No, it's 10.5 by 11.
Okay. Oh, that's still pretty darn.
So I don't know what the concept is of the cover. So maybe I'm asking questions before we get.
Okay. Yeah. I'm going to get to that. But first I want to show you how I'm going to decide how I'm going to do my cover. People like whips and change. That's Debbie. Debbie's got the whips and the chains. So listen to her. Okay, so if I want this to be the size of the signatures inside my book, because I just want to use a bunch of paper that I've taken off the gel plate or whatever I've done, coffee dyed paper that was just copy paper, then I'm going to say, if I fold that in half, then this should be about 5.5, which is half of 11, right? And it's still 8.5 this way. I want my cover to be about 1/2 inch bigger than this, but I'm going to put 2 signatures inside. And so I need a little bit of room for it to go around the signatures and come out. So if I was just doing it, say I was using chipboard. Let me grab something. Okay, let's say I was using chipboard to make my cover. I'm going to have a front cover and a back cover, and then I'm going to make a spine. I want that cover to be 1/2 inch bigger than my signatures. If my signatures are 5.5, I would want this cover to be 6. I would cut that at 6. But this one, we're going to end up folding it, which means that it's going to go around the signatures and come around here. So I know that I'm just going to need a little bit extra space because we're doing simple and just folding it around. So I'm going to say that we need about 6.5 for the width. And if I double that, about 13 if I'm going to use this size. So that means I'm going to need a piece of an envelope that is about 13 long and about 8.5, 9. So 9, I want it to 1/4 of an inch on each side, about 9 high. So I want about 9 high. This one's 11.5, and about 13 long. This one's about 14.5. So I could cut this down just a little bit and it would work just fine. Now, you might start the opposite way and say, I've got this. I think this might be the same as the one you're using, Debbie. I've got
So
this.
we're going to leave the envelope whole?
We are going to leave the envelope whole. Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
You could open it, but yeah, but it has more stability if we leave it whole.
Okay.
I might say, I've got this and I like this size, so I'm going to make my paper work within it. And this is actually not too bad. This is right about 13, so that's right about the right width. It's a little tall, and so all I would do is just cut this off about 9, and there, that's perfect to work with. Let me see what these, 2 of these, let's see what these guys are. That's about 11.5, and this way, is about 13.5 to 14. So I can cut off, 1/2 an inch to an inch this way and fold it this way, and I can chop off the top to make it the height I want, and that's perfect. Now, a great big one like this, I'll likely just cut this in 2, and then each half will become one cover. And however tall that is, I'll just chop my papers down to match. So Debbie, if you like the size of that one and the papers are too tall or too wide, you can just chop an inch or 2 or whatever off the paper. It just doesn't even matter. You can make the paper fit the cover or the cover to fit the paper. Either way.
This is really out of my box,
Yeah, and this is
I'm struggling
well, this is really loose. And I'm telling you right now, so that even it's out of your box, and on top of that, it's really loose. If we do a structured book like I typically do, I will make the cover out of chipboard, and that is not so loose where it has all the room and whatever. I'm not saying whatever. This needs to be 6 inches. The back cover needs to be 6 inches. I'll make my signatures first and then see how wide the spine needs to be. So, but this is really, really loose.
This envelope isn't squared off. That's what's
you don't really want it squared off. If you want your your book taller, you do.
Okay, so on the bottom, across the bottom, it's 10 inches. Across the top, it's 9 inches.
10 by 9. Okay. So it's 10 by 9.
Right here. No. Right here across the bottom.
Right here, across the bottom.
And right here across the top, it's 9 inches. So that's what was bugging me about it. That's why I was struggling already.
Are you talking to the seam, or are you talking all the way to the edge?
Okay.
All the way to the edge, right?
Here's the bottom.
Yes.
And from this point to this point is 10 inches.
Okay.
Here's the top. From this point across to this point, it's 9 inches.
Okay. And what I'm asking is, how right there by your right finger, there's a seam that runs down the side?
Yep.
Are you measuring from the seam to the seam, or are you measuring from the very outside tip of the plastic to the outside tip of the plastic?
outside to outside. See, right here, there's a big wow right here. See this right here?
Yep, I do. You can totally.
I'm just going to get another envelope, okay?
Oh, that's funny.
I can't do that. I just can't.
Oh, funny.
Sorry.
You know, okay, and this is Debbie, it's funny that you bring this up because actually today I was thinking about this and I thought, no, maybe I shouldn't have combined this cover with this, because traditionally I would make the idea book, the inspiration book, with a structured spine, with a hardcover and a structured spine. And then I would do this to do something completely different. That's more of a relaxed,
okay,
type.
I think we're okay now.
So now, well, but now it's like, I'm thinking, you know, that I probably shouldn't have tried to combine those two because, you know.
I'm ready. I got it.
Oh, we're going to end up making another one anyway, you guys. You know that, with a structured spine, because we're going to fill this one up.
I need to do this out of my box.
Okay.
Okay.
There. And then yeah. Okay, that one's squared. And then we're going to, we'll end up making a structured one, because I know I'm going to want a structured one for my stuff anyway. I tend to like that. All right. So I'm gonna, here's another way I can look at it. I can put this piece of paper on this envelope and say, okay, I know I only need about a 1/2 inch on the bottom and about a 1/2 inch on the top. So I could cut that off right there. And then if this is folded into a signature and I happen to have another signature there too, and I fold this over, is it going to be, yeah, that's going to be just about right. I mean, seriously, you can do it that easily. You don't have to get all serious about it. But
so my envelope's a little bit too tall, right?
Yeah, and so is mine.
Oh,
so
okay.
I need to grab a cutter or a pair of scissors. My big, I don't think I want to put this through my whiskers, so my big cutter's across the room. So I'm just going to grab a pair of scissors, and I'm going to take the bottom and I'm going to fold it in half like this. And I know that that's going to give me plenty of room. I'm going to put 2 signatures in. I'm going to give it a little extra room. You can have not enough room, but if you have a little extra room, it doesn't matter, because you can fill it all up. Oh, it's not liking to bend right where I want it to bend.
Yes, Margie, I'm very structured. Exact.
We're all trying to let go of our structure. We are, because that's part of learning to let our creativity out. When we confine ourselves to doing things a certain structured way, and I totally get it, because I've been that way my whole life. I really have been that way my whole life. And the last 3, maybe 4 years, I've really, really been working on letting go of the structure and just letting out the creativity in however it wants to come out. And it's not always comfortable. It really isn't. So I totally get it.
So I'm going to cut off a little bit of this end, right?
Okay. Yep. So that's look what I did. I folded it in half. I had this much hanging out, and I just cut that off with my scissors.
Oh, mine's okay this way. It's across too high.
Okay. So then I put my paper here, and I can see that I only need about a 1/2 inch on the bottom, a 1/2 inch on top. Yep. It's way too tall. Okay. So I'm just going to grab a pencil and say about right here, because I only need about a 1/2 inch. That's where I need to cut it across. And then I'm going to leave it folded, because I think my scissors will go through it. And I'm just going to cut. Scissors might go through it. My hands might not have the strength to go through it.
Okay.
Going to cut that across.
Voila.
There we go. And if I think that's not perfectly straight, because, you know, I think it has to be perfectly straight, because that's that structured part. Okay, I'm going to toss those.
I could probably go just a little bit smaller.
Okay, so there we go. And so when my 2 signatures are in there like this, it'll be just fine. Hi, honey. How are you? Oh, cool. I didn't get to show you guys what Doug made me for Christmas. He just brought it in so that I could show you.
Awesome. Hi, Doug.
Hello.
He burned it in wood. He saw it on not a bumper sticker, but a window sticker. A window sticker of a car.
Oh, how cool is that?
Like love. And
oh my gosh.
It's so cool. So this is all burned. He burned that in, and then he did the red heart with colored pencil.
Wow. Very cool.
Yeah. Isn't that cool? So then he was looking at other things he could do, like burning around it, and we were talking about, I just love it. I think that this is super cool. What a great idea to integrate the eternity with the heart. I just sit here and do this back and forth. And he made it for my desk. He made it small enough that it could sit on my desk.
Nice.
I'm not taking a ton of space, but I can always have it. I'll have to put a little plaque thing right there. Dragon Marianne, 2021. Christmas 2021.
Oh, glad you're back safe, Kathy.
Oh, good. A bunch of people have tornado warnings in their state right now. And the tornado sirens just went off for Kathy. And yeah, Alabama. Gigi's in Alabama too, but Gigi, you didn't have issue right now, huh? Okay, so now here I have this, and you've got yours. What I want to do is close this up just enough that it doesn't, as I'm trying to cover it, it doesn't end up going like this and getting skiwampus. I want it just to stay in this rectangle. So a little bit of score tape right here, or a little bit of glue of some kind, adhesive of pretty much any kind. Just enough to hold that. I'm going to grab, I don't know what I'm going to grab. Fabri-Tac. What have I got up here? There's some Barely Art. You could even use a gel medium. I've got some glues up here that I really am trying to use up, want to get rid of. I'm going to grab one of those. Sorry, Martha, but I really want to get rid of this.
Is that the outside or the inside?
On the inside. I'm going to glue. It's cushy on one side. Oh, it is on the other side too. But I'm going to glue it down so that it becomes like one piece. Yeah, I'm going to glue it shut.
Oh,
sorry.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. I have no brain left anymore, guys.
Well,
this is out of my zone. Yeah, intake, whatever it was. So all I'm going to do is go around the edge. This is big and fat, end here. Otherwise, I would just put one bead. Doesn't really matter how much. I'm just trying to get rid of this adhesive. I'll just tear stuff off that's coming off easy, because again, that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's torn up. Okay, so all I'm doing is gluing that together. So when I go to use it as a cover, it's going to stay together and not slip around so that I can cover it. Cover my cover. Please cover was talking. You can cut the flap off. You cannot. A lot of the ones, when I open them, Julie, when I open them, the flap stays on there and the top just gets ripped open. That's okay too. If I needed this far up, I would just pull this up and do that. And, it just doesn't really even matter because it's going to get covered. It's going to get covered with paper or fabric. This is a really good cover for a boho journal, and use some cute boho fabric.
So do I, this end, open end, do I close that also?
Yep, I would close both sides. I had to cut some off both the length and the width. So I glued both ends shut.
Okay.
And I should have put something down so I don't get glue all over
I'm
this.
using score tape on the inside of mine.
That's a good idea. I just happen to have this tape that I want to get rid of sitting here. So I'm just going to grab a piece of copy paper and put it underneath here because I don't want to get glue all over this.
Okay, we're all sealed up.
Okay, we're all sealed up. All right, so now I folded it this way, so I'll just keep it folding that way because it's kind of nicely folded that way. I don't want to use that. What I want is a bone folder. I'm just gonna give it a good rub with the bone folder.
Okay.
You could just open and use one thickness of the envelope, Lucy. The thing about having it glued shut is it just gives it a little more structure. It just makes it a little firmer. You could sew it down if you wanted to. You're not going to see it. So that's the only reason I wouldn't bother sewing it, because you're not going to see it. Now, if you cover this in fabric and then you want to sew it with the fabric, that would be cool. That's why I think that this would make a really cool boho cover. Okay, so now, Debbie, we're going to get whatever paper you wanted to cover the outside of this journal cover with.
Okay.
I have I had some leftover pieces from a minted pack sitting here. I had done something else with and not used the whole pack of Minté, so I'm going to grab these and see if I can use a couple of these.
Is there any special tricks to covering it, or are we just going to cover it?
We're going to pretty much just cover it. We're going to miter the corners. You want to leave enough on both sides. Like, let me decide. Do you already know what you're covering it with?
Right here.
Oh, cool. Okay.
But I'm going to have to piece it.
Okay. Then I would piece it. What I would do is piece at the spine, but maybe not right on your crease, just off to one side, because then you'll put the other one over it and it'll be off to the other side. Then your spine will be doubled. And then when we're all done, you can put something on the spine which covers that seam. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. Julie, I'm using score tape. So is kind of like, am I going to leave extra on the sides just like I was doing one of my journals?
Yes, like this, I would leave.
I get that.
Yeah, okay. I would leave enough and a little more than my journal, because this is maybe thicker. Okay. And I want to be able to miter the corner and fold this over, because then we're going to put a piece on the inside that becomes our end paper.
So it's just like covering a journal.
Exactly.
Okay.
Which I've done in 3 seconds flat. I'm still deciding what paper to use here. I think I'm going to try. Will this work? Let's see if I can get this door to be on the front. Yeah, it's long enough that I'm going to have to piece it too. It's not going to be a hole. Okay. The other thing, now mine will go halfway. We cover one cover and halfway into the other cover. I could just do that with that full piece, and then my next piece only put it overlapping it, half an inch or something, and then I can do something on the back cover that goes right over that. So you could choose to have your overlap there, or you could choose to have it on your spine. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Wherever you think. I'd really like this door to be on the front, I think.
Oh, maybe I should relook at my paper.
So that might be cool. Okay, so if I go down here, and I don't think I'm going to cut anything off the top yet until I get it glued down and figure out exactly how tall it needs to be. What's going to be on the other side, other end of that? Not that. It could be that bird sitting there with partial window. No, we would just see partial window.
I'm going to use this. I have 2 pieces. I can.
Oh, cool. I like that paper. Get one of my favorite out of that pack. I could do this. I could just continue that. It's not an exact match there, but at least it's the same kind of wall. And then I can put something across the back. That's what I'll do. Okay, so I'm going to flip this over this way. Can you guys see with our split screen that way? I'm going to decide how much I want to overlap here on the bottom.
Why don't you go ahead and put yours on full?
For a minute from the, she's getting feels from the whippersnipper. Whippersnipper.
There you go.
Okay, so I want to use this piece of paper, and I want this door to be on the front of my cover. And so I'm going to lay my book cover down on it. And if I want to make sure it's on the front cover. So where it's bent, yeah, it's there. It's pretty big, but it's okay. And so I'm going to bring my cover down, and I'm going to say I need how much to fold up on here and how much to fold in. I'm going to have extra on top unless I was to take this up and just even it out. It's just a lot. Don't need all that. So this should be plenty. Now, normally, say you leave 3/4 of an inch, you might want to leave an inch because you've got the extra bulk of the envelope that you don't normally have. So if I leave that much on top, that much on bottom, but because I want that door on front, I just want to look and see where that's going to fall on the bottom. I'm going to be folding that right under the bird. Like to get the bird in there. So I'm going to bring it down as far as I feel I can and still have enough to fold up. Okay, so when we fold this in and cover the book, then we're going to take another paper, whatever we decide to be the inside cover. That's the bookends, the end paper that you see. That's a lot of times where the marbled paper is. And I'm going to put that on the inside. So right now, this is branding strip is not perforated, so I'm going to leave it on because I can use that to give me that extra little space down there. And I want to glue this down. I think I might grab hang on a second. I'm just looking if I can. I might use a brush and brush glue over the whole front of the cover just to make it sure that it adheres really well. I've got my cutter in the way there of trying to get to my medium. There we go. Okay. Okay, so I think I want this one. I'll try that one. You could use a collage gel, any of those kinds of mediums. I'm gonna make a sandwich out of paper. It is kind of sandwichy, isn't it? Debbie's paper is awesome, and that paper comes out of the Stamperia around the world. Gorgeous. And I haven't used that door on anything. It's a big door. So I think I want to use the door. Do I have a brush that is not one that I forgot to wash? That can actually brush with something. I do, but it's over. No, this will work. This will work. I'm going to use this just to spread a little sparkle on it. I'm going to use this to spread this. This is a Stamperia collage gel, which is just a really great scrapbooking glue. Scrapbooking glue. Expedia Art. It does hold extremely well. I really like it a lot. So I think I'll use that just because in a tub I can spread it around and make sure it has good coverage. I do want my paper to adhere to the whole book, not just have parts and pieces of it here and there. So that's what I'm going to do. Let's see if I can do this without making total mess. I'm not going to worry about getting really close to the edge because once I get it down, I can go in to the very edge, even if I needed to do that with my fine point glue. I don't remember exactly. Oh, is this the front or the back? Hey, it doesn't matter, does it? Because they're the same. I don't remember how far over to the back it went. So I'm just going to go a little bit because I can always add more there. Just going to make sure that that front is well covered up to and including this corner edge. I'm using this little spatula. I actually kind of like it. It spreads really well. I haven't used it for this kind of thing before. Okay, so I didn't go right up to the edge, but it's close enough that I can just get the edges once it's down. And now I'm going to put it down, leaving enough room to fold it over. Trying to do it straight. And still a little bit structured about straight. Hold the tomatoes and the pickles. The bag is the meat. Oh, Debbie, we're making paper sandwiches here.
Yes, we are.
The bag is the meat, they say. All the stuff that's inside the bag, all the foam and bubbles and all that stuff. That's what the tomatoes and the lettuce and the pickles, the mayo. The mayo's the glue, right? Okay, so now I'm going to bring this over, and I know that the whole piece of this paper is going to wrap around it, so I can take the glue all the way to the edge of this paper. Okay. So now I'm just going to put my hand inside. So I get that down, and then before it's totally dry, I'm going to fold it on the fold so that if it needs to move just a little bit to have enough room to fold, it can. But I know once I get my signatures in, it's not going to be a tight fold like this. It's going to be more of a rounded, to handle the two signatures. Okay, so there I've got the one piece on. When I go to put these flaps up, I will get in the edges. Okay, I got to give that time to adhere. So I'm going to. Was that exasperation, Debbie?
Oh, I'm using score tape on mine instead of glue.
Okay.
And I'm using a wider score tape.
Oh.
So
you normally do.
Place it when you're using paper. You have to place it where you're going to place it.
Right.
And there's no limit. Unless you get out the undo.
No.
Undo is my friend.
Yes. Oh, well, yeah, I guess this is one of those times that I think glue gives me that flexibility of moving it if I want to or need to, because I don't get it perfect the first time. But
this one perfect either.
I do like there are some just score tape.
And I'm using scrapbook.com.
Hi, Sheila. Oh, yeah.
I'm not sure I love it.
Is it really? I was going to ask you.
Well, this is the first time I've used it, so I need to give it a chance here.
Yeah. I'd like to know how it differs from the score tape that you typically use. Because I know that's your typical brand.
I think part of my issue is that I'm using a wider tape.
You get used to feel of a certain.
So I get more coverage. Oh, yeah. What a mess. Okay.
Okay. So now I've got that down. Now I've got enough to fold here and here. I went about as far as I could, just leaving enough to fold on the bottom because I wanted to get it down as far as possible here to get as much of the bird and the vases in there on the bottom. The top, I'm just going to cut off. So not worried about even how much is there because it's going to get cut off. Okay, so let's do that. Hopefully I didn't get glue up here where I'm going to be cutting it off. And it doesn't even have to be perfectly straight because it's going to get glued down and it's going to have something on top of it. And now remember, I need to leave enough that when I fold it over, it can account for the thickness as well as give me however much I want here, before I put the end paper on. So I'd rather have a little bit too much than not quite enough. So I tend to kind of leave a thick. That's pretty straight. I really like the back of this one. Nice and grungy. Okay, let me move the ink. Okay, going through my head is, do you want to build a snowman? Poor bread. Margie, I'm sorry for destroying your bread. That's my job. That's my job, man. If you put some liquid glue on top of the score tape, it allows you to move it just a few seconds before it grabs. Oh! Have you ever tried that, Debbie?
No.
That's a tip from Candy. Put a tiny bit of liquid glue on top of the score tape. Give you a few seconds to move it before it grabs. Okay, so I don't want to get glue all over this, but I have this handy dandy little corner miterer that I'll just bring over here, and I'm just going to grab a pencil. It's the easiest. I'm just going to mark it because I don't want to cut into this with a blade, because I have a problem when I miter corners of doing too much or too little, and then the corner's exposed, and I hate that. So this tool is fantastic. It's always just right on, and I'm going to get glue all over it because I've got glue all over the corners because I wasn't worried about it because I know it's being glued down. But I really don't want glue all over my corner miter. Can't do those two yet until, no, I'm not going to do those two at all. So now I'm just going to come back here where I drew that pencil line and cut that pencil line. Okay. Candy says she's seen a few crafters use that tip. So now here's a tip I learned from Debbie. If you cut this corner, say you don't have a miter tool and you cut this corner and you go too deep, and then you go to fold this, and when you fold them, you've got this corner exposed. And you're like, well, crap, and now you want to rip it off and get a whole new piece of paper. You don't have to do that. You can take the corner that you cut off and turn it around like this and glue that corner piece of paper right there, or this way, depending, like this is from the outside, so I guess you'd probably do it that way so the outside matches the outside. And then when you glue these down, if you have part of it exposed, the paper that is there matches the outside, and so you can't tell. Does that make sense? Smart Miss Debbie showed me that.
I don't know how smart I was. It was an oopsie moment.
Oh, really? Well, it is smart. Actually, it is very smart. Okay, so now I want to go ahead and fold these down, and then I'm going to do this last piece and put it down. But I've got to, I'm going to go through and fold. That's not structured enough to do that. I'm just going to bend it up so it has a good fold. I might take a bone folder to it. How's it coming along, Debbie?
Good. I did something different.
Oh, what'd you do?
Well, I changed it out to a brown cardstock, and then I'll put my paper on after.
On top of it as a cover. Okay, cool.
Yeah. So, but I can tell you, I don't like I struggle anyway with really wide score tape.
Okay, so it may not be how it holds, but the width of it.
It's the user.
No, let me see. The reason you don't like it, though, may not be the way it holds, but the width of it. Because the width of it is awkward for you to use.
Right.
I get that. Well, but that's why we buy certain things, because they are comfortable to use. And don't buy other things because they aren't.
So another thing I always do is I lay down my long edges first.
So what she's saying is that she would put down the bottom and the top. Those are the two long edges. And then let the short edge go over the top of that.
Right.
And
then
I'm going to bring you back on. There we are. I'll be seeing Amazon Prime.
Well, here's my brown paper.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so what I do is when I'm, let's see, here we go. Okay, so here's my long edge right here. So what I do is I put a piece of tape right here, because usually you're putting this on chipboard.
Right.
Okay, I put one on my, which would be my chipboard. So one on the inside right here,
right,
and then one along the outside.
On the outside, okay.
Here.
So I'm going to do that. I'm going to grab my score tape. I'm going to do that along with you. So when you fold it, you actually end up with two pieces of score tape holding it together.
Whole piece of paper.
That's what she's saying.
Yeah,
that makes sense. Okay, so let's see. I've got some here, and I'm going to put one on the inside right there. Let's cut that. Do you ever find that you need to go back just with a little bit of liquid glue and stick it in the corner?
Nope.
Okay.
Because you're going to do the same on your ends.
Oh, that's true. Okay, and then she puts it on the outside of the flap that's going to be folded over. So this is wide enough that, and you know, it might not always be this wide, but then what Debbie said is that she uses a thinner score tape usually.
Right.
So
well, yeah, usually
the same thing.
But I was, I didn't know how it was going to react to this plastic.
But you could still do the same thing, even if you don't have as much width down here and using a thinner score tape. So,
or even if you're using glue, I would still do the same thing. One on the inner here, across here, and then one on the outer out here, and then it grabs it. It makes it tight when you fold it over.
Yep. That's true. Grabs it on the inside, and then you're pressing it on the outside.
Right.
So it makes it tight all the way across, all the way around.
Right.
I think that's a good tip. Look at that. Nice and easy.
From all of my my books I made.
Well, I was going to say, from your many books, you do make a lot of books. So valid tips and definitely worth listening to. So, okay.
Oh.
I will say the score tape is less messy than the glue. Some people feel that score tape doesn't last for a long time, but Margie does it the same way. Lucy has other corner cutters. One's made of a 3D printer. Wow! That I have some kids at school make for me, and the other I got from Johnny. Oh, at Junk Journal Shop. Okay. Yeah. Sylvia says best tool ever. Yep. Yeah, definitely.
I get mine off Etsy from a lady off Etsy who does fabric boxes.
Your what?
The corner. Is that what we're talking about?
Oh,
the
yeah, that corner miter tool?
Yes.
Okay.
So I have two of them, one for upstairs and one for downstairs.
Nice. I need two. One for staying put when I can't find the other one.
I ordered her here. So she has this bag of cartonnage. Is that how you say it?
Cartonnage. Cartonnage.
And so she makes fabric boxes, I think.
Oh, cool.
And so I bought these, and then these little spacers. And then I bought that tool, that corner tool, and I keep it in the same bag so I can.
Oh, that's a good idea. Yeah.
That's a good idea. Also, if you don't have one of those tools, I have a whole bunch of chipboard left over when I make my
albums.
My albums, yes. So
I'm gonna put you full screen so you can show them that tip because that's a really good one.
Oh, okay. Well, just a second. Let me grab. Wait.
This is what she's going to show you is an excellent tip. If you do not have this corner miter tool, she's going to show you how to do it without it and still get the exact same measurement. Okay. It's a great tip.
I'm looking for my little. Oh, here it is.
She wasn't prepared. I didn't ask her to do this ahead of time.
Okay, I've got it. So usually when you're cutting chipboard to make boxes, you have spare pieces of chipboard left over. And so I've taught a couple of people how to make some books. And so usually what I do is I glue 2 pieces of spare chipboard together. And then that'll make it wide enough. So then when you go to miter your corner, that's not a good corner. So then when you go to miter your corner, you put it like this across your corner, and then you can cut your corner. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm. So, now, how would they know exactly where to place it? Do they see the corner peeking out the other side? Do they place it just at the tip?
Let's see. Here,
I'm just thinking somebody's going to ask this, so
okay, just a second. Let me get a piece of chipboard.
Okay.
It's right here behind me. So if this is my I wasn't ready.
That's okay. I didn't
hear. This is a better contrast.
I didn't ask you to be prepared for this, so.
Okay, so if this is I usually leave an inch here and an inch here on most of them.
Mm-hmm.
If you're doing photo folios, most of them. So then when I have this chipboard glued down to my paper, and of course my spares are smaller than this. I usually glue 2 of these together, but I have 2 different sizes. So that, okay, so kind of like I would glue a piece like this size and this size, and one edge would be, I'm not making sense.
Yeah, you are. I think you are.
So sometimes you need a smaller, for mitering, you need a smaller amount.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes you need a larger. So that's why I cut one of these pieces smaller and glue them together. So I have 2 edges. I have the small edge, or if I flip it over, I have the double edge.
A thicker edge. A thinner edge or a thicker edge.
So yeah, so when you have the thicker edge, and so then you whoops, sorry, fingers are in the way, and then draw your line across like this and cut. And so then that gives you enough. And then like Marianne said before, I've cut it too short so that my piece that I've cut off, I just move it in right here. So then when you fold over, any chipboard that would show will now cover your corner.
Yeah. So if she's making her own album or folio, she's gonna have chipboard there as the cover on the paper.
So and yeah, right across the trip.
Put it at the tip, up against the tip of the chipboard, and that allows just enough. Yep. So on the other side, you can't see any tip. It's butted up against the tip of the cards or chipboard, just so you can draw a line on the other side.
And now, that's just what I've done that's just what I've learned from
experience.
Yes.
But Lucy does make a good point. If you have Lucy does that too, actually. If you have a really thick chipboard, and this is why
right.
Jane said she glues 2 together, but they're different. They might be the same thickness, but they're different widths. So if she puts it on one end She's got one that's 2 chipboards thick, which gives her a thicker spacer. And then if she turns it over to the other side, it's a thinner chipboard spacer because it's only 1 chipboard thick. If that makes sense. Hopefully that makes perfect sense.
So, yeah. And then when I've taught the class, I just make them up and give them to them, you know. So, okay. And then the other thing is when you fold over your side. Take my bone folder right here and I press this corner down.
Oh yeah.
Right here towards the.
That makes those corners fold a lot better.
Yeah, so they'll fold a lot better. This one's a little weird. I don't know if what I just did was if I left enough when I well, this one I know I didn't because
it's a little weird because we're using bubble envelopes.
Yep.
I mean, for sure.
So I'm going to do that. So thanks for letting me share. That's just my stuff. Thank you.
Thanks for sharing. That's awesome. Those are actually really great tips. Really great tips. Okay, so let's see. Back up one of these. Okay, so I've got this cover. Not completely done yet, but I used the 12 by 12 sheet. It covered my front and it went partly onto the back. And now I just want to get something that's going to start here and it could butt up to this and meet it right there. And in the end, I'm going to do something decorative on the back that will cover that seam, or it could overlap. If I'm going to do something there anyway, I'll just have it butt up next to it because I'm going to end up gluing something or covering it for that purpose. So, oh, don't glue down. I wasn't ready to glue down yet. So I'm looking at how to match this, and the back of this one has this same kind of stuff on it. I could do that, except down here, then I've got this brick. So I noticed that the front of these has that same brick, so it would look like it carries over. That would kind of look more normal, but these don't really go together. So then I'm looking at what if I cut it off right here at the window. This has got the same white tone, and it's got some of the speckles. And so if I cut it off right there at the side of the window, why am I gluing onto everything? Oh, because I went all the way to the edge. That was brilliant, Marianne. I want to see how much is going to go around. Let's see. Edge of the window would be about right there. Okay, that gives me enough to go around. Fold it. That would be perfect. So it kind of matches. I hate to use that side because I love that side. In fact, I would love for that to be the inside cover, I think. So maybe I would use this one as the inside cover. And then I'll bet I could cut the strip off and let that just cover the rest of it. And if I start on this end, I can make that seam right here be the same spot where the seam is in the back. And then I can do something that goes all the way around it and stays put and covers that seam. So I think that would work. So meanwhile, then back at the wrench, I have to use one of these. Are these two? That's the back cover. Okay, let me go this way. Are these two the same? Same image. They are. And that one doesn't have the brick. Maybe that's, no. That one doesn't have the brick either. And those are all cards. Okay. All right. So I'm thinking that I can cut this off right at the window. I'm going to have that bird's tail right there, which does not please me, but you know, that's not a big deal. I can put something over it. Of course, we can put something over it. So I'm going to cut that off right at the window edge.
So Lucy, when you make your journals or your photo folios, is there
Hey,
somebody you
Sarah.
follow, or do you make them up on your own?
Oh, not Siri. Stop. Sorry. What's her name over here? Siri. Thought I said her name when I was just saying hello to Miss Sarah. I have to be careful saying your name now. So I don't know if that cut me out only or cut you out too, Debbie. You might need to re-ask your question to Lucy.
Lucy, do you make up your own folios, or do you follow somebody, or do you like somebody's designs?
Yeah, that's a good question. Do you design your own or do you like somebody else's designs? What is your... Debbie does both and she makes gorgeous folios.
I do, well, I started out with a lot of Kathy Orta, and then there's a lady, let's see, I've bought, she's from Sweden. Why can't I think of her name?
Oh, yeah.
Memories by Leah, I believe.
Yeah.
Hers are a little bit intense, and so I have to really pay attention when I'm making hers. And so now Bonnie and I are going to design, we're going to do like a gatefold folio.
I'm very excited for this design.
We're kind of working on that. We want to make big is better. We think big is better. So
yep. So once you get this designed, I want to make it with you. I'm very excited for this.
Yeah, and we'll use
parts
probably
pieces.
Stamperia. Probably. Okay, and you don't finish off the insides until you have the signatures in, correct?
Nope. We are going to cover the inside
before you do the signatures.
Yes, correct.
Okay.
On this type, yeah. So I'm just about to that. I'm just finishing my piece. I had stopped and just watching you. So I'm just finishing. No, it's not your fault. I just don't. I'm never in a rush on Saturday night. We do this stuff. I'm all for taking our time, enjoying it, and I'm just not in a rush. Now look at that. That's not lining up exactly.
Genevieve, I haven't heard of her, Sylvia. I'll have to look her up. And Ivy does beautiful books. Very beautiful.
Ivy does beautiful books as well. I have one of hers. Gorgeous. She did it with Graphic 45. Genevieve, I believe I've seen her. Okay. Okay, don't want to glue to everything. Let me miter this corner before I get glue all over it. I cannot pick up that miter tool tonight. A tutorial. I can't pick up that miter tool tonight.
You know, the lady that used to always say that, I have not seen her online now forever, and I can't remember her name. Yeah.
It still makes me laugh.
When I kind of started first, watching YouTube to learn different techniques, there was a lady that said, for today's tutorial. And so it's like, oh my gosh, what is that? What is that? Well, finally I figured out she was saying tutorial, and she would always say tutorial. And so it just, everybody's way of words, but I sure didn't get it for a while.
Oh. And the first time you told me that, it made me laugh. Still makes me chuckle.
Do you make up your own, Lucy? Do you make up your own journals?
Well, it depends. Are you talking journal or folio? Like, I mean, not folio. Like, what do you call them? Album or photo folios?
Photo folios.
Photo folios. Okay, because mostly junk journals don't. Yeah, junk journals. I mean, they can be a theme, but you pretty much always make up your own.
I think some of mine started because I belonged to I started out the Graphic 45 Club, and I would get the box once a month, and with all their projects, I would do the project box, and so it was costing me $50 a month plus shipping. Well, then they were adding up, and then I wasn't using the Graphic 45 that I liked, and so I just recently, well, within the last few months, quit doing that. So Graphic 45 is kind of what got me started on doing the folios. Graphic 45 and Kathy ordered books.
Yeah.
So I liked what she did, and it seemed like it was a lot of straight lines for me.
That's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's totally okay. I saw, yeah, a couple of years ago, I told you I saw, I don't just randomly came across Kathy Orta, watched her make a book, and went, huh, I should be able to do that. And so I got a bunch of black envelopes and I made my own spine, and because I wanted to make whatever it was she was making had lots of pockets down in between the pages. And so I thought, well, yeah, if I get envelopes.
Yeah, that's what fascinated me about her, were all these flips and flops and pockets and these fold outs. And so that's why I started. I have never ever been a scrapbooker. I've always been a card maker, and I used to teach card classes long time ago. For any of you in Washington that know Doris Goulet, and when she had her store, I used to teach for her. And then she had a second store, and I would teach at both stores, and I would teach card making. So that's what I knew. So paper. And then I started getting into the Kathy Orta, and so now I'm venturing. This is a big venture for me to do the junk journals, because it's so out of my comfort zone. I like that straight line thing. I like that exact thing. But
it's also kind of fun and exciting to have something different and learn something new, and you can make it as exact as you want. I mean, you really can. People don't have to be a total mess. They can make it exact, because I will admit, there are times when I just want to throw something down, and there are other times when I want it to be perfect, cut, measured, and even in a junk journal. Let's see here. I think I'm almost caught up to Debbie. I have to learn to keep going while I'm talking or watching. Okay, so I'm just doing my other end. I put that down, but I still put just a tiny bit of glue on these corner flaps. So as they flap over, they will have some adhesive right there to make the corner go flat.
Then I used to take book classes from a lady named Sherry Wilson, and she would make up her books, and she was beyond amazing. Oh, great. Oh, here it is. Let's add a needle on the floor somewhere. Sherry just does the most amazing work. I don't remember. Ivy, have you met Sherry Wilson? You have. I believe you have. I believe you've met her here. Maybe not. I'm not sure. So, yeah, Sylvia knows Doris, and so does Ivy. And Sherry would teach the most amazing classes, and so we'd go to Ben Franklin and take classes from her, and she used a lot of Graphic 45 and just did the most amazing things.
Okay, so I've got my outside cover, right? Folding wherever it's wanting to fold right now, which doesn't matter because it's going to end up being thick in there, a couple signatures. I mean, you could add You could add something even as little as whatever that was I just had here to this and make it just a little bit more structured, not quite so flexible. But the cool thing is this is all flexible. You could stick it in your purse and it can flex and bend and it's not going to tear because of that bubble mailer inside it. Okay, so now we're going to do the inside. And just like any other book, we're just going to fit our piece right here and glue it down. So it would be really amazing if this fit perfectly. Look at that. It's a 1/2 inch shy. It fits with the branding strip, but I don't want to leave the branding strip on. So that's kind of funny. So this isn't going to be any different because it's actually shorter. So now let me think how I want to do that, because there are options. I could put an extra strip there. I could do it to right here where this one is pieced.
So do you need it to go across the middle? End result?
End result, it's not going to matter whether it's there or not when I bind the book, but I'm going to want end paper on the inside because I don't want to look at this bubble mailer. And once I get my signatures in there, I can't put paper behind it. So if I put paper right up to it, I'm still going to see bubble mailer behind it. I don't want to see it. That's why I'm going to do the paper first.
Okay. So why not down the middle where it bends, put a piece of paper. Then if your 12 by 12 is too big, you could cut it in half and go from outside to in.
Exactly. That's what I'm thinking. That I can do that to the center and then pull this down here, not to the center, but leave a 1/2 inch in between and then do a 1 inch or something right down the center.
Yes.
Or I can do this one and cut it off right where I pieced this other piece on the outside over here and have a seam there and do something all the way around the book that see, because I've got that seam on the outside and I'm going to cover that with something. I could do that either way. I'm kind of wishing that I'd overlapped it, but then it would be more bulky. So not. I think I just want to cover it, and I will use an embellishment to cover it. It might be a trim. So, okay, here's the other thing. If I sew 2 signatures in, right down the center is right between the 2 signatures. So I don't necessarily want to see that split. So if I do 2 sides and one side goes to the other side of center, and then this side goes to the other side of center, the center actually gets double thickness, double strength. Does that make sense? So the spine is stronger. That gets opened and closed all the time. And I'm not going to see that seam down the center. Although I wouldn't anyway if I put a strip. So I'm just thinking out loud. I just talk out loud. What does everybody say? That wouldn't fit in my purse. It's tiny. That's smart. We'll vote for a centerpiece. Our signatures pages. Okay, so that's a really good question. Sarah, a signature is on a book. I'm going to grab one right here. On a book that is bound and sewn together, not glued into the spine. You open the book, you can see that there are little sections. So there's a section of paper, and then there's a section of paper. They're all sewn together, and then they're sewn into, each signature is sewn together, and then they're sewn or glued into the spine. Each of those little sections there, you can see right there, because this is an old book. See each little section of paper? Each section is a signature. So it's a small grouping of pages that come together to form the book. So when you're making your own book, you can put as many signatures or as few signatures as you want. You could do it with 1 signature. I'm going to do it 2 signatures just to give it a little more expandability. All right, let's not make this more difficult than it needs to be. Let me just put this down so we can get to our signatures. I'm going to do that. I do that. What I need to know, where's my ruler? I just need to know how wide I'm actually going to need or want this. I go to there, maybe 12. 12 and not quite 3/4. Okay. This should be 12 long right here. Almost. Yeah. All right. So I'm going to cut off the branding strip. Okay, I just cut off that branding strip. And then I'm going to cut this in half. So that would be, I better put the top back on my Barely Art. Okay, so that's 6 inches on each side, which doesn't matter if it's exact, because I'm going to split it down the middle. Okay, then, oh, that's really rough over there. I must have used some and roughed that up. I'm going to, yeah, I'm going to trim those off just to make them smooth, because they're going to be, yeah, I got enough room there to trim them off. Okay, that's nice and smooth. Okay, that one's rough. Let's bring it right there. Okay, and then I need to decide on the center strip, do I want it to be the exact same paper, or do I want it to be contrasting? Okay, which of these is the front? I really like that one. So if this is the front and this is the inside of the back page, then I'm going to have an inch. I probably want 1.5 inches. And so am I going to put that over the top or underneath? I think I'm going to put it underneath. So if I make it of the same, then it probably wouldn't even be noticed. I could make it a contrasting white. I could make it decorative. Nah, I think it'd be better just to have it the same. And I think that 1.5 inches would be just fine. So I'm going to do that. I'm just going to cut 1.5 inches off the end of this. I only need 6 inches, but get that other 6 inches and use it to make something for the book. Okay. I'm going to do this just to make sure that they're the exact same length and I'm not measuring funky. Of course, that's no guarantee, is it? Let me go back here, Liv. Pages, yes, group of pages.
Why am I?
Size of the envelope yielded 11 by 7 cover. Okay. Have a lot of 10 by 9 signatures that I can trim down to fit. Okay. Trim them down or fold them over, make it into a little tuck. I'll use only one signature, and this puppy will be used for mind mapping. Great idea, Sylvia. Leave the branding strip on and just cover it with a blue washi or one that matches. That's a good idea. Could do that, yeah. That's a great idea. Best glue ever does not want to come off the fingers. Sticky. Too late, Dina, but great idea. Marianne, do you have some dark blue fabric to put in the center? You know what? I think that I do, and I think that'd be really gorgeous there, wouldn't it? just over the spine. Or are you talking about the center of here? That's a good idea too. To put in the center dark blue fabric or dark blue lace, thin lace. See part color. Yep, same. That would be easy peasy. Dang-a-lang. I'm thinking about all the envelopes I trashed. Yeah. So I got a bunch of black envelopes. In fact, Sylvia, if you want to see that first one that I made after I saw Kathy order, it's on my YouTube channel. There is a playlist that says Marianne's Flip Throughs, and I've only just started putting journals up there. So there's only a few there. And it's the black one with the bright colored paper covering it. Go check that out. And while you're watching it, know that it was a bunch of black envelopes that I used to put that together after watching Kathy Orta and thinking I should be able to make this myself. That's what I made. That's what I came up with. And then I sold it. So yeah, check it out. It's fun. Now you got me thinking, Lucy. Now you got me thinking. That's kind of fun.
Well,
not quite. I'm bringing you back on. I'm going to share the screen with you.
Okay.
So what are you doing? Where are you at? What step are you on?
I'm putting a piece of brown paper up the middle, trying to.
Okay.
And I think what I should have done.
I didn't even think about this. I would have gone and pulled down one of my bins with fabric scraps and larger lace pieces or lace strip trim. You could have done what?
Okay, so here's another thing that I've learned lately is that when you're putting, you know, like don't step on a crack, you'll break your back.
Yeah.
So if you're scoring your paper, you make 2 score lines.
Okay.
Like 1/8 of an inch apart, and it'll make up like for all of this bulk, right?
Oh, yeah. If it needs to fold over a big end. Yeah.
Yeah. And so that's what I did not do on this. So it's kind of like after the fact. Okay. So let's look for something else to do that too. I was going to put that. Humma.
Now you got me thinking.
Mine might fit. But. And this is why I buy all this brown paper.
Would you like brown base? Oh, because it goes with the paper that you've chosen to use.
Well, yeah. You know, whenever Joann's has their sale on cardstock, plain cardstock, I go down and go crazy. So,
which I need to start getting bases for all these things. I'm going to walk across the room and see if with my one leg, one arm, I have access to a bin that has some of those fabric scraps. So, seems to me that I had some wide blue lace. I can't actually picture it right now, but it seems like I did. And that would be good. Kind of perfect for that. Okay, there's the fabric scraps. Let me see if I can I don't know if I can get that bin down with one hand, but I'm going to try. If you hear a craft lunch, promise not to have a Mariana lunch.
Call Doug.
Oh, squirrel. Maybe I found something on the way. Let's see.
Okay. Here we go.
How would a beige lace look with that?
Oh, that would look nice. Okay, here's a question.
Okay.
When you score a line, do you fold to the indent? Do you fold to the valley or do you fold to the mountain?
Fold to the mountain. You fold away from the indent. And
Everybody else does.
Because I always just assumed that you score, you've made this little indent, that's kind of starting your fold, and you're supposed to fold it to the indent.
I just scored it on the wrong side, but
I would. But I mean, if you did, you still can fold. You can still fold it the other way. It's not the end of the world. But I would score it and fold it, and my paper would crack.
Yes.
Somebody finally told me that when you score it, you fold away from the indent, so you're folding over the mountain. And what a difference that made. It took me years for somebody to tell me that. But it makes a huge difference. And if it's really dry or thick paper, you can give it a little spritz of water. So it's a little more flexibility when you bend that on the score line. But just bending it the right way made a world of difference for me.
Yeah, also your paper has a
grain.
A grain, yes. And so if you take a 12 by 12 sheet of paper, especially like
if you're
plain
smart, you have to think about that before you start working.
Yeah, plain cardstock. So I do it now more often when I'm making the journals, because I'm usually taking the black cardstock.
All right.
And, so that's another reason that it's really important when you're putting down your pieces of when you're making a journal, you're putting down your chipboard. You usually have 3 pieces. You have the front, the back, and the spine.
Right.
And if you don't get if you don't get the space far enough apart between the front and the spine and the back, if you don't have that big enough gap, it'll crack. That's another thing that'll crack your paper. So, okay. So,
okay, I got
my piece again here.
One I was thinking of, I might have taken the other one downstairs. Oh, no. Don't know if this has anything super good. Not the fabric scrap that I was thinking. So I can't see chat. Anything important that we should see before it flies by?
Sylvia says she can't look at Cheez-It boxes anymore because she saved them for.
Oh, that's funny.
Margie says the only paper that cracks for her is Graphic 45. Yeah, you know what's a bummer about Graphic 45? It's a white core.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is a bummer.
Yeah, Laura, that's what I do. A lot of times if my paper cracks, I just stress it or put, ink over it. But like, when you're using like Graphic 45 with the white core, pop boxes, they're talking about using pop boxes.
Okay. All right, I'm coming back because that was not.
Let's try this again.
Scraps I wanted. that one either. But
well, that's a little better. Not a lot. Oh, because I didn't get it where I needed to get it.
all right, so I did find.
This is like a comedy of errors here.
I did not find what I wanted, but I did find something that might work. And if not, then I'll just do it with paper. Because I don't have another box of remnants up here that would be perfect. Oh, I do have some white lace. That might work. Oh, that might be kind of thick. This is an old belt that I took off of a dress that I got at a thrift shop and just totally cut the dress up. Kept the belt because I thought, heck, it's already mounted. It's great. That would make a great spine cover or belly band. And it's awfully pretty.
Ha!
This one is Pizza Pop. Pizza Pop is usually Pizza Pops are like calzone. Okay. I'm not sure why I would always end up adding much extra paper from Fitzgerald. Usual boxes, Ritz crackers that you put.
Oh, now we're talking about food again. Oh.
It always ends up on food. It always ends up on food. Okay, this would be kind of cool if I did it all the way around so that it also covers the spine on the back. Now that doesn't take care of this right here. See, I could also just put it over set. I could have made this go across the back and then piece it right here. And so I could do that, attaching it at both ends, have a belly band on both sides, and it would cover both of the.
I think my cardstock's too thick. Oh well. It's what I'm going to use, so.
Yeah, it'll work.
For my first one, do
that. So you could take seam binding and border a blanket. I think you need to do that journal. A big thick seam binding would work too. Did you show what we were? I did not show prototype, Ivy. I did not. These are great cover mom made and placemat embroidered squares. Nice. Cardboard. Okay, yeah. What we're making, Ivy, is an idea book, an inspiration book, a research book, or resource book, and we're just doing the cover. We're putting two things together for one. One of the tutorials we were going to do is how to make a cover using these padded envelopes that we keep getting from Amazon or wherever. Look at this one that I got the other day. I thought this was cool.
Isn't that pretty?
I think it came from. Oh no, it didn't come from Amazon. Somebody sent that for Christmas. I thought it was Amazon. Yeah, because you can totally use those to make great covers. And then we also wanted to do an idea book, resource book, inspiration book. And I thought, well, let's just do them together. So that's what we're doing. Although I've never done one with a soft cover like this. It's always been with a hard structured cover. But still.
Yeah, this isn't going my way.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. I'm going with the flow here. Just not my way.
You are. You totally are.
I'm trying to be a good girl about this.
It actually looks okay. It's probably thicker than the chipboard you usually use, though, right?
Yeah. Yes. Much. And then I think the cardstock that I used on the outside is a little bit too thick. I should have used a cardstock that was a little thinner, maybe. Maybe it's just the fact of that this bubble stuff.
Yeah, it could be the bubble stuff. It is different. That's for sure. All right. So now that I cut that off, I'm thinking that.
That's so sweet.
But
Laura, she says she doesn't make pretty stuff for herself. She makes pretty stuff to go out into the world.
aw, it is. She's
Hey, Sandra Lou.
good nut that Laura is. Hey, Sandy. Good to see you. Okay, so if I.
Sandy and I've known each other for about 30 some years now, 30 years.
Wow. That's really truly amazing to have a friendship that long these days.
Bonnie and I've known each other since I was 8, so that's over 50 years.
That's incredible.
For about 50 years.
Yeah. Oh, maybe that's 30 years because you're only what, like 39?
Oh, yeah. I'm ready for my rocking chair.
Aren't we all? Okay, so I'm gonna do this the rough way. Where's my pencil? I'm gonna mark here. I'm gonna cut right here. Okay, so I'm going to. How else? I'm gonna mark it here. I'm gonna cut right there. All right, here's how I'm getting my precise measurements. Put it up there and made a pencil mark. So first I'm going to cut that off. I still haven't exactly figured out where to put this to get the
6.5.
I don't know where the blade is. I don't know exactly where the blade is in relation.
Oh, it's
okay, it's right next to that silver thing.
Yes.
Okay.
In fact, if you flip it up, you can see it runs right on the silver thing.
Okay, there it is. I guess I should have just done that sooner. So if I put my mark just a hair this side of the silver thing, is that what I should do? Or should I put my mark on the silver thing?
Okay. My mark goes, I put my mark where, yes, on the silver thing, right at the edge of the silver thing, because that's the blade runs on that.
Okay. All right, there we go. That's one direction, and that's another mark here. I want to be able to see it. I'm going to turn it this direction. Okay. Okay, I'm going to piece this completely unconventional. I would never have done it like this before because it seems very, what's the word? It's off center. It's off balance. It's
outside your box.
That too. It doesn't seem straight and structured. It seems off. So I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it to it.
Woohoo.
I know. Okay, so I'm going to glue this down here, and I'm going to piece it over here with only a couple inches. So I'm going to piece it at the same place it was pieced on the outside. That's what I'm going to do. That's what I'm going to do. Now I stuck the paper to my glue thing. I forgot what direction I'm going. I'm going like that. Oh, really? Yeah. Okay. I'll go right up to the edge of this one. It's okay if it goes over because it's going to be stuck to that side of the paper anyway.
Yes, I was happy that she did something outside of her box.
Hey, just piecing the outside cover over there like that was outside of my box.
That's funny, Candy.
Well, Marion has some outside her box too. Oh yeah. But I'm just gonna make it inside my box. So there. It's now part of my box. That's because I decided that it is.
Fireworks going or the base is going. In fact,
Oh,
Ivy lives closer to the base than I do.
oh
You
right.
hear it on your side, Ivy, on your side of the freeway when they're doing their
What's going on at the base, their practices, exercises, or
yes.
practice exercises. Or is that fireworks for New Year's Day? Where did I get all the glue on the outside of it?
They were shooting them off here. We're unincorporated, so they won't do anything about it here, about the fireworks. Graham is unincorporated, and so they were going off till 1:30, 2 o'clock this morning.
Oh, wow. Did Tina already leave? If you didn't, good night, Tina. Thanks for hanging out with us for the entire weekend, practically. It was fun. It's been a lot of fun. It'll be funner if we can actually get this made and have it look right. Right, Debbie?
Yes, I'm not
It'll be a lot funner if this works out.
funner.
A lot funner. A lot more
Funner.
fun. A lot funner. Is funner a word?
No.
Normally, I'd say a lot more fun, but
Me, the one who struggles to find words most time, like I'm having my little chemo brain thing going off. So
yeah.
So,
okay, I could leave that on and I could put it in the middle because I'm going to cover it. But oh yeah, it just comes with age. It's happening. This isn't wide enough.
Oh, I asked the doctor the last time I went to see him about.
Yeah.
I said I'll be talking away and I can't remember a word. And
yeah.
He
What did he say? Because Doug's been complaining to me lately that that's how
he said that sometimes, like if you're stressed, you will forget things.
Brain doesn't
And
function
so
as well.
I know I've been spending more and more days doing things for my dad, doctor's appointments. And then not only do I make the doctor's appointments, I then go with him to the doctor's appointments. And it's not that he can't drive and go, but
no, but you need to be there to hear what's going on and to listen and all the stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. So he said he did some little weird test. Like they told me to drop a piece of paper on the floor.
Okay.
So I guess it's, are you following directions? Can you follow directions? Oh. And he said, then the other thing he said, like I said, am I like dementia or something? he said, well, because I forget a lot of words.
Yeah, we all do.
I think we're going to, what's TN style, Ivy? She asked if we were putting signatures.
Traveler's notebook style. No, we are actually going to bind them in. Just a simple pamphlet binding. Even there's just so many ways to bind it. Any way that you want to sew or attach a signature to a book is a proper binding. Doesn't matter how you want to do it. But so what did he tell you to do? Or what did he say?
Well, he said not to worry about it yet. And he said that people with dementia will go, oh, I forgot where my car is. Mm-hmm. People with Alzheimer's will go, oh, do I have a car?
Oh, I have a car?
I mean, that's kind of basic, but, I was just concerned because I was forgetting so much.
Right.
And, just, I worry a lot about my dad. And
sure.
I know I've told you this before. My sister is like a big fat zero help. And so I take on this extra stress of, am I making the right decisions? Mm-hmm. So we just had a roof put on his house. And So, so I had to be there. I interviewed all the people, or I don't know if I interviewed. I listened for all the bids for all the
Mhm.
different people, and so then it's deciding what color of roofing materials to put on the roof. Well,
Right.
it's whatever you want, but then Daddy wants
Small
me to make the
decision.
decision. Well, then I freak out. Well, what if he doesn't like it after it's done? Then if he has a question, he won't make the phone call. He wants me to make the phone call. But I can sure tell you if something goes wrong with his TV and the Comcast people or whatever they're called these days, Xfinity, man,
Mhm.
he's on the phone in a heartbeat. But when it's something like the roofing thing, I was making
Mhm.
all the phone calls. And so
Right,
I take on that extra, am I doing this right? Am I making the right
right.
decision? Because I'm making a decision for
For
somebody
him.
else.
Yeah.
You
No,
know, when
that's
it's
totally
my decision,
understandable.
that's different. That's easy. Right or
Sure,
wrong,
sure.
I do it.
Yeah, totally understandable.
Oh, Debbie, thank you. That makes me feel better.
Well, it's fine.
I have a wrinkle in my brain. She said she's been having troubles retrieving words since she was in her 20s. I've just noticed
Wow!
lately, like this last year, I
Wrinkle
struggle.
in the brain. Interesting.
Like for the longest time, I would try to talk about canvas and I couldn't think of the word canvas. Like,
Hmm.
what is that? It's not like it's 10 syllables, you know.
Right, right.
So, eh, it is what it is. And when I'm ready for the home, there I go.
Uh, yeah, who knew there were so many different colors of black or gray roofing shingles? Uh-huh. Exactly.
Fibro fog.
Do you want oh, yeah, fibro fog, chemo fog,
Yeah, chemo
after
fog.
chemo fog when you never get your full brain back.
Well, I
And
still
there's
take
drug fog too, just chemo brain, it's like pregnancy brain.
that pill for the breast cancer. And so
Amoxicillin.
that could be part of it too.
Yeah,
And um
it's true.
and I'm on now year 8 or 9, I think, with that.
All right, let's see. Oh, all right. I'm getting tired of messing with this. I want to get the signatures in and be done with it.
Candy's.
So, what can you say?
She said forgetting words never ever happens to her.
No, no, it's Marianne's fault. It always happens to
And
me.
Laura said if none of those scraps work, why not just do black?
Could. And actually, this scrap is going to work. I was just trying to make use of the little scraps that were already off. Then they weren't long enough. This one is. This is the only one that is. Um, so trying to make use of little scraps without having to cut another strip off. And this one, I wasn't going to do that because of the branding strip. And then I decided, you know what? I'm going to put something over it anyway, so nobody's going to see the branding strip. It's on the inside. I'm going to leave it on the inside. And this one isn't perfectly straight. So I'm going to make the outside straight so that the edge of my paper is straight, because that's what will bug me if it's not.
Sandra and Lou,
I won't see that space underneath there. Say that again.
I was going to say Sandra Lou and I have decided to get rooms side by side in the nursing home.
Oh, nice.
When we go to the home.
Nice.
And then that way we want adjoining doors so we can craft together easier, like open the door in between and
I like it.
Jammies and crafting.
Yeah. Wait. Forgetting words never. Oh, that lightning strike just zapped me.
Yep.
Geez, I don't get any sympathy. Just go back to working on the invoices, you meanie. Oh, that was our intention all along.
With you, Candy, because I struggle all the time. You probably heard Marianne twice or 3 times tonight complete sentences for me because I couldn't think of the word.
And I'm constantly asking you, like during the sale, Candy, what's that word for this? Or Debbie, what was that word you told me? Okay, I don't care about this branding strip here because it's going to get covered. And I'm thinking that I'm just going to figure out how to cover it with this. This would be cool. That would make. What am I dropping? That's kind of pretty. That can be on the outside too, and it can just be like a belly band on both the inside and the outside. Now that's probably where I would sew that on, but not gonna. Not everybody has a sewing machine. I'm not gonna. Well, I just don't want to mess with it for that little. Oh, I could strap it on here and use the belt loop. Or I could just bring this. Or what I'll do, I will make this come to the center.
Okay.
I will kind of sort of center. I will bring this one up here.
Oh, crap.
I will cut it off. I will make them meet. I'll probably just hand stitch those together, make it meet right there. And then I'll put a flower or an embellishment of some kind right there over that. So it goes all the way around, doesn't have a seam on the top or bottom or on the outside. And I can glue just the top, just the bottom, so it stays in place. Aha! That's what Margie's saying, huh? I can hear Colonel Clink. Aha! Oh, goodness. Now Margie's in my head. Aha! That's dating me. Hogan's Heroes. Wow. That was a time ago. Wasn't quite a time ago. Quite some time ago. So everyone having to come and go. It's okay, Julie. You got to go out and save him from that whippersnapper, whatever it is. Gigi's mom is on year 7, breast cancer survivor. Yay! Congratulations. Debbie and I are both breast cancer survivors. So we are extremely happy and proud for her.
That's awesome, Gigi.
Yes. Okay.
I think mine's 8 or 9.
Wow.
From the second time. I've had it twice.
Yeah.
So.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Really. Have to do it twice just to.
I donated for the cause.
Really. I am 20 years.
Oh, wow.
I know. Amazing. Stage 4.
Done.
Oh, I like that a lot. I like that a lot. Yep.
But I think I'm going to have to put it's going to have to, it's not going to close. Plain and simple.
It doesn't, but it doesn't need to close because you got to put signatures in it.
Well, when I put the signature, it's not going to close.
Well, so, why? What do you mean?
This is the inside. So
okay.
See when I close this? See what this does?
Yeah. Oh, it's so tight. Well, we're gonna. That's funny. Okay, we'll get the signatures in.
Oh, and Sarah goes, she's been having problems with word recall too. I think it has to do with the other end of womanhood. Okay.
Yeah. What are you saying, Sarah? What are you saying? Oh, funny. Okay.
So I'm gonna have to put a
Well, okay. I say that we get the signatures in it, do the center or whatever you want to do. We'll get the signatures in it, and then we'll work on closing it around the signatures, and then put a weight on it if we need to overnight. But I think you get the two. How much space do you have there in the center where it's trying to close?
Well, see what I did is I put my piece of paper in here, and I put a 1/4 inch.
Yeah.
So I did not make my score line up the middle. I made a little gusset.
Yeah, right. Because
so I had room.
You're gonna need a 1/2 inch or more per signature. So because it's soft, well, because you didn't make it hard, did you? Because it's soft, because it's a padded envelope. You should be able to come over here and kind of push it down and bend it even on top of that inner paper. and so it could end up bending so that paper goes down. Does that make sense?
Interesting.
You could
I don't think it's
if
gonna work that way, but that's okay. No, if nothing else, it's kind of pretty this way.
well, it is,
That's
and
upside
you know what? If yeah, it could be turned into a really cool folio with flips in and out and up and down on both sides, with pad of notebook paper, and we just made okay. We're gonna make a hardback book for
for Debbie.
for, for your inspiration book. I know I'll end up doing that too because I like a hardback book for my inspiration book. But I really wanted to make these. Okay, so maybe we call these not the inspiration book. Maybe we are just showing how to make the covers with the whatever it is, padded envelopes. Yeah, I can't think either.
You know what?
Words.
I think this may have been better if instead of using the envelope double,
You
we
opened
used
it up.
it single.
Well,
Use
yeah.
a single layer instead of a double layer.
And it just depends on how thick and pad. I think having it double and having some super cute boho fabric on it would make a really cute, soft boho cover.
Okay, so put it over.
So grab another one. Do another one. It does look like one of those leather folios, doesn't it?
It does kind of,
It looks
but
like-
see, it's
No, I don't want to close. You can't close me. No, I
or
don't
that's
want
a good idea. Put it over a paper towel roll and try to make a curved spine.
to. Oh man,
Sylvia loves that big blue door.
curved spine like
Is yours
that.
closed?
Well, no, it's going to have a curved spine, but that's okay because I need enough room to have 2 signatures in it. Well, if I hold it like that, yes, it's it's open, but it's closed enough. Okay, I just want to get this thing on here, and then we're going to do some signatures.
You know what? You know what? I'm using paper so I can buy more paper.
You know what?
That's what I'm getting out of
That's
this.
true. Yes, you are. And you're trying something new. And if it doesn't turn out to be what you originally started out to be, turn it into something else. That'd be a cute folio that has notepads in it and flips and flops this way. And so it can't close really tight because it's got all the stuff in the middle.
Well, you know what? I'll
It's
either put a
spring
belly
loaded.
band around it, or I've been collecting belts from the Goodwill. Well, actually, my favorite is Value Village. I've been collecting belts.
I
So
love
I'll either put a belt around it, and especially since I'm using this paper, a little leather belt would look kind of cool. On
Yes,
the
it would. It actually would.
Like have it buckle like in the middle of the front here.
Yeah.
I'm not loving this today, but it's okay. I'm out of my comfort zone.
See, that's all that matters is that you're okay because you're out of your comfort zone. We're all trying some new things. Goal, 2022 goal. Try something new every day. Oh, geez.
Yeah, very funny. Margie says this life should be called What Not to Do When Making a Cover. She's pretty funny. Yes.
We're trying to make covers different than what we normally do. Now, okay, we're just going to go back to making covers the way we always do.
So maybe if I had made this what did I just see? Here we go, that word. If I had just made this piece up the middle wider,
then you'd have a built-in spine. That's what you were trying to do, kind of, right? Right. Make a built-in spine.
Well, and then it keeps when you fold it, it keeps the paper from buckling here.
Right.
I learned that one the hard way too. So, well, poo.
Okay. So if I do this, I'm going to Fabri-Tac this down at the top and the bottom. I'm going to sew it together right there. And it's going to be a...
Julie, she said, this is why I wanted to watch first.
Oh, Candy. Julie. That's what she's saying, that we do this all the time because she always wants to watch first. Now this is turning out to be just a fine cover.
And then I have it off like 1/8 of an inch here. Oh, that's going to make me nutty.
Oh, put some trim on it. Put a piece of washi down there.
Yeah, put a piece of washi on it.
Put a piece
You
of
know how much
washi
I
over it,
love
glue it
washi.
down, glue the washi over it, because washi's good with stuff like that, especially if you've got some that kind of vintagey matches. Not
I
that
have
I
a
don't have
bunch of
confidence in
good
Marianne
washi.
and Debbie Butt, Margie. Really glad that my Amazon blue and white envelope was cooperative puffy boy. I didn't like riding the struggle bus. Sylvia, unfortunately, we're quite comfortable on the short bus. Sarah's laughing at your snort. Well, poo. What not? I'm gonna rename it. What not to do when making a cover. No, particularly for this one being a stiff stuffed envelope. Sometimes you ride the struggle bus. Sometimes you cling grimly to the bumper as you're dragged along. Yeah, like I said, sometimes you're the windshield, sometimes you're the bug. Okay, that's adhering nicely. Now, need to
So
get this one.
here is my washi that are browns and golds and beiges and
Okay.
these little gold dots are kind of pretty.
Yeah, that actually is quite nice with that.
You know how much I love washi.
Yeah, that's why I'm looking for a way to use it up. I got a ton of it and I need to use it up because I have a ton of it. That's why.
So here's the struggle is so real. So
Yeah.
I watched some YouTube thing about covering paper clips with washi. Do you know how many times I put washi on and took it off because I didn't like the way it looked and ended up with a naked paper clip? I still do not have a paper clip with washi on it. I was
So
trying to make ephemera stuff. It wasn't
how
working for me.
how did they do it? How did they cover it with washi that
They
you
just
didn't like?
wrapped the whole they just wrapped the whole paper clip.
Okay.
And if you so here, they just wrapped the whole paper clip
Okay.
round and around and around like
Round and
this.
round and round. Okay.
Then if you wrap, I thought the idea of making these kinds of paper clips was so that the front like this would be decorated and then the back side,
They
right?
wrapped the whole thing.
But they
Yeah.
wrapped the whole thing. So I didn't
Okay.
get it. I
So
wasn't
their point of doing it was to make it into a dangle. Part of a dangle then.
probably well, no, I think she put a little foo-foo something right here on the front.
Uh-huh.
And so when I'm going outside my box, I need like detailed
Yeah,
explanations.
instructions. But
I
if both legs were together, then how is it supposed to go over the top of a page?
I don't know.
Okay.
So then even if you're gonna make it a dangle, okay, so say you wrap it like this and you're gonna make it a dangle.
Uh-huh. You put a jump ring on one end or the other or both ends so it can hook to
Right.
one thing.
So then what? How do you get it to
You put a jump ring on each end, and so then I'm gonna attach it to whatever
right?
it's gonna hang from on the top, and on the bottom, I'm gonna attach something else to it to dangle like a bead.
So then you're gonna have to make a hole for that other jump ring to go into.
Well, I wouldn't put it on my book like that. It
Well,
could be a
exactly.
dangle on the spine, but yeah.
So that's what I didn't understand. So then how do you attach it after you jump ring and dangle foo-foo this end
Yeah,
and jump ring dangle foo-foo this end?
yeah, no.
So then what are you attaching it to and how? Is it
Yeah,
does it
you
the
typically leave a
struggle is
way.
real.
Yeah, you typically leave a way to use that paper clip. You typically leave a way to be able to use the paper clip. That's
I'm taking baby steps.
you know. I've done a couple of
Julie
different
says if
paper
she
clips.
struggles with it enough, she cries. I just didn't want to say that,
Oh,
Julie.
oh,
So I'm right there with you.
oh. Okay, let's see here.
Oh, that's a good idea. Glenna said they look nice on tags. So you just attach it to the tag then.
Yeah. And well, anywhere you put a dangle, like at the top of the tag or the bottom of the tag or on the spine of the journal, or it just becomes a decorative dangle, not a paper clip, not a functional paper clip, that's for sure.
Well, that's what I was kind of struggling
But,
with.
okay, we're gonna do paper clips for sure then, because I've never done them like that, but I've done paper clips that you can actually then use as paper clips.
You
That's
can
not
get a
true.
hundred
That's not
for
true.
$1 at the dollar store.
Oh, that is true. I would say that's not true. I have done them like that where they're just decorative and they end up being coming down from a dangle, or um, they're really good with like boho beads. Make boho beads and then dangle a paper clip with some matching washi or fiber around it below the boho bead, and then
Uh-huh.
a little bead or a charm on the end of that. Those are really cool.
Oh, that was
Cute.
another thing. Every time
Very
I go to
cute.
Starbucks, I collect straws to make boho beads. Now I have 100 straws and no boho beads.
So we need to make boho beads this year.
And fabric, I bought fabric and I
Oh,
bought threads and whatever.
oh
So
my
I still have no
goodness.
boho beads. The thought was there.
Oh, you know what? I had this. I could have used this. It would have been probably a whole lot easier. No, I like that one better. I like that one better anyway. Okay, now I'm just gonna sew it up. I'm gonna have to sew it by hand. Oh, we are killing so much time. We have not even got our signatures in. Can you believe how much time we've spent doing nothing, accomplishing nothing, but having fun? We have accomplished. We have
Yes,
definitely
I am
accomplished.
having fun.
Yeah.
I really started to watch last night, and that's when I was playing with my little paper clips, and
Yeah.
I fell asleep sitting in my crafting chair. And when I woke up, I've got a paper clip in my hand.
That's awesome.
Yeah, so my
Uh,
intent was good, but it just
yeah.
the follow
So
through
you know how
didn't
you
make
said
it.
you can get 100 paper clips for $1 at the Dollar Tree? Is that what you said, or
Uh-huh. I
300?
think it's 100.
Anyway, yeah. Or you could order 3,000 from Amazon, like Margie did.
Margie ordered 3,000.
She thought
Wow.
she meant to order like 300 or something, and she
Did you
got
put
3,000.
did you put the link in the for people Amazon affiliate so we can
So, this was
order
this was
3,000?
long before us.
I'm
Long
sure we
before us,
need
but she's
3,000.
still working on them.
Okay, so how's
She'll have
that?
paper clips for all of our lifetimes. I cannot see with my glasses on.
I used washi tape. Oh my gosh.
What? You found some good washi tape?
Well, there, I put the gold dots across
Oh,
the
I
back.
like the gold dots.
I
I
kind
think
of
that,
do too.
yeah. I would put a little bit of adhesive under them. It's just me, but washi tape never seems to stay put. Or you can just wait till it works its way up and then glue it down. But I always just put a bead of whatever I'm using under down there, and then I put the washi on top of it.
You put glue under your washi?
I do, because washi never stays. Washi never stays.
So,
Some hardly sticks from the beginning. Some lasts a while.
because I wasn't loving washi tape, I was using it on my dies to stick it on my paper
Yep.
when I ran it through the machine, and it
Uh-huh.
would rip the paper. So,
Oh, and that's a really sticky. I definitely use the ones that are not so sticky to do that.
well, I have purple tape now, so
Yeah, because
for my
some washi, there are a few washis that are super sticky like that, and there are some that are already coming up off the roll because they're so not sticky, and then there are some that are somewhere in the middle. The somewhere in the middle is really good. I like using them holding the dies down like that. The not sticky ones, I always put a bit of glue. Even the middle ones, I put a bit of glue down. In fact, I don't think I ever put washi down on something that I want it to be permanent that I don't put a little bead of glue, just
okay, well,
because
let me try. I'll do one with and one
that's
without.
just me. It's just me. And you can knot and then wait and see if it holds or if it ends up coming
Well,
up eventually. Or
I'm gonna try it. I did one with, and or one without. Now I'm doing one with.
well,
So
just do a little bead and lay it down, run my finger over it, and now I know it's permanent. What's the peanut gallery? What's the peanut gallery saying about glue with washi?
Laura says it depends. Laura says she usually
Glues
glues
with
her
washi
washi.
too. Usually,
It
it depends on
depends.
the brand. Yeah, see,
Gwen says she even glues her stickers.
glue stickers too. Some are sticker than some are sticker. Some are stickier than others. That is definitely true. Yeah, some is just not at all. So it does depend on the brand. But if I'm making something like in a book and I know I want it to stay, or on a tag that's going to get pulled in and out of a book, I just always put a little bit of glue, and then I know that there's no worry about it. It's just going to stay. Because more times than not, they end up pulling up.
Ivy says she even glues her score tape. I don't glue my score tape because too often I have to lift it. Oops.
Is that why? Is that really why?
I do. Too often I have to, it's not straight back the way I want it to be,
No,
and so I lift it. So I use my score tape when I make my books. I use my double-sided tape, like my tape gun, when I put down my pretty paper. But when I'm making my books and the chipboard, I always use score tape. So I'm like the score tape queen. And so now I'm trying scrapbook.com, but score tape.
But it's longer, which makes it more awkward because your hands get a feel for doing certain score tape, certain width, in a certain way, and then something else feels different.
Really sticky. But scrapbook.com does not have 3/8 inch score tape.
No, I noticed that too.
And I use 3/8 inch when I make my book.
Yeah. Yeah, I noticed that too.
Sylvia loves washi.
It depends what,
I have tons.
I don't mind using it. But I always use glue with it just because and there are some that stick better and stick longer and last than others don't. But I will say that if I had to say majority I find come up. And so because of that, I use glue. And then I like the washi because it's not coming up.
Right. Ivy, I'll try it on my next book.
On your score tape?
Uh-huh.
Well,
I have like 3 or 4 going at once.
Well, like Candy said, that you can use a little bit of glue on the score tape because it buys you a few extra seconds to move it if you need to before it actually grabs completely. So I guess that would be a good reason too. But Ivy, is that because you feel like the score tape is not going to hold long enough or well enough, or is that the reason, or is it so that you have those few extra seconds to move it if you want to, or what is your thought on that, your purpose or reasoning? I always like to understand why people do things because it gives me more reason why I should do it. I go, that makes sense.
Margie, I always burnish my score tape because sometimes when I go to lift that top piece off, then all of it comes off. So if I burnish it, then I only get the top piece, not the whole. Okay, so there, I kind of like my washi tape.
I do too. A lot.
So now it doesn't. Oh yeah, it still matters what's up and down because of the writing.
Does it?
I wonder if anybody will put their nose in this and would know if I put it the other way around.
No, especially just because it's the book and the end paper. If it needs to be one direction or the other because you like the way it looks on the outside better, then yeah.
I can tell you the washi tape didn't fix whether it closes or not.
But now you were gonna put something else on the outside, right? To make the outside decorative?
Yes.
What?
I'll do that. But I'm not gonna do that until I decide about my closure. Because I could do something that's just a closure here, you know, right here in the middle. Something
and
here.
I'm not planning to close it.
Well,
or just wrap something around it because I'm hoping that we'll be grabbing it all the time to add stuff to it. And so I want it to be a quick and easy, grab. But maybe wrap something. I don't
want it left like that. Okay, I don't want it left open like that.
Okay, I get that. Don't either. Oh my goodness, you're funny.
Julie says that from experience, score tape always comes off eventually. If it's not something you want it
permanent.
I haven't had any problem with that. And I have books that are 4 and 5 and 6 and 10 years old. I don't have a lot of books until lately. That's when I've started really getting into, pushing that. Oh,
Mhm.
thanks, Ivy. I'm it looks nice like this.
It does
I can
look
go do
nice.
this.
And maybe that's why Ivy does the glue on there, because it's like giving it a double whammy.
Okay. Well,
Ivy uses it to move it and to secure it permanently. So it's like Candy said, it gives you that extra few seconds to move it, and then she feels like it gives that permanent.
I will start doing that.
I don't know. I don't
I'm
know.
ready to I'm ready to start another book anyway. Well, I
Like
did 3 that were the
can't
same
just
because
start doing it on one that you're already working on.
well, I'm tired of this one. I
Yeah.
bought the instructions from somebody and I started doing it and her instructions are
One
I think she makes it harder
thing she was
to
drinking
make
when she
the
wrote
book.
them.
Well, well, then I found out she's an ambassador for Graphic 45 and I thought like,
Ooh,
what the heck? I had a few other choice words because
what the
I
what?
basically redid the instructions for the book to do the book because I taught it because I thought for beginners, um, I have 2 friends that wanted to make it, and so I taught them how to make it.
Uh-huh.
And, um, they are scrapbookers and card makers. They're not bookmakers, and so they both wanted to venture out. Well, I thought this would be the easiest one, signature-wise and, um, construction-wise. I thought this book would be the easiest, but I
Right,
had to go in and revamp all the instructions. She had a waterfall in the middle of the page, so everybody knows what the waterfalls are, right? So
right.
this, and then this, and this, and this. And
Mhm.
so what she wanted you to do was this is one of the things. So she had 4 pieces of paper across here to make the waterfall. So when you flip it, it went this way.
Yeah.
So what she wanted you to do was put your waterfall down. Then she wanted you to go back when you started decorating, stand all your waterfall pages up straight like this, and cut a piece of paper to slide down over your decorative paper to slide down over the top of it. Now
Oh.
tell me, for why would you do
Why
that?
would
Why
you
would
why
you do
would you
that?
wait? Yeah. Or is that
Right.
because you're just making a base and you don't know how you're gonna decorate it yet? You're just making bases to have
Yes.
to then
So what I had the ladies do, the 2 ladies, I had them cover this piece,
right?
put their waterfall on, and
Uh-huh.
then because usually when you're decorating, you're leaving an edge. You don't take
Right,
your decorative paper all the way to the edge. You're leaving
right. Border.
a little border. And
Mhm.
then on this inside where the flap is, where you put your waterfall piece down, you just put a piece of paper over that
Right.
if you want that decorated.
Yeah.
So that was one of the things that was I thought just a little bizarre.
Lord.
Yeah, just a little odd.
Mhm.
And with instructions like that, she's an ambassador for Graphic 45.
Hey,
And
maybe she makes things really well with other people's instructions, but doesn't do so well with her own.
I think the ambassadors make up their own projects.
Oh, well
You know
then.
every month you get they have that club that you buy
Right.
Graphic 45
Yep.
every month. And I think it went up, but I saw something the other day that said $69 instead of 50, but I didn't pursue it.
Ooh, that's a
I wasn't
bunch
sure
of
that's
money.
what it was. But anyway, so that's what comes in the box. Comes a project comes in the
I
box.
know. So they
So,
take turns making that project.
right. And so it usually gives the credit to the person who designed it
Right.
and they have
And it's
ambassadors from all over
period.
the world.
Uh-huh.
This one was a USA girl. So
Uh-oh.
it's not like it was like we converting having to convert
Right. Yes.
measurements or anything
Directions.
like
Right.
that.
Mhm.
So yeah, so it was a little different.
Mm.
But so then I made one for me. Then I made another one,
For me?
the base
Oh, you're so
to
sweet.
show a base to show,
Uh-huh.
and then I'll have to look up her name, Ivy. I'll look it up and text it to you. So I found her on YouTube. I was scrolling through Photofolios, and she used the Graphic 45. Is it Birdwatcher?
Mm-hmm.
You might be able to find it by that. Yeah. So, and it was what?
No, keep going.
It wasn't expensive. It wasn't like a 30 or 40, like Kathy Orta books are really expensive to buy
Right.
her instructions, but I always get them when they're like 60% off on Kathy
Yeah.
Orta. But oh, Sarah, you take classes from people that don't know what they're doing?
Like us?
Oh, like my book right now?
That's funny.
Um,
Teach me to combine two things in one. We should have just done a boho cover and
yeah.
it'd been great.
Um,
You'd have let it be soft and flowy. That's funny.
so anyway, I made one that I was making for me because I had the paper and I didn't do what the project was, the Birdwatcher project, the Graphic 45. I think that was one of the last kits I bought. So I wanted to use the paper, and so this lady had used that paper. And then so then the second one I made was for these two gals that I taught.
Mm-hmm.
So I wanted the base so I could show them why I did what I did and what
Mm-hmm.
the function was of this or that, or I do better by showing. And then the third one was my friend that lives down in Oregon. She wanted to make one. So
Cool.
a third one. And so only one is done. My point out of all of that, one is done.
So you have two bases that aren't done.
Exactly.
And so are they just like solid black? And then
No, neither one of them. Oh wait, one is black and one is green.
okay.
And the one that I finished was blue base, a blue base.
Okay.
Because it matched the bird,
yeah,
the Graphic 45.
and we could take that and make anything else with it. It doesn't have to do that, or not.
It could
use another different paper and
right.
Ivy uses 2-inch score tape most often.
Is that for putting your paper on?
That's really pretty thick, isn't it?
Yeah.
But I guess okay, that makes sense. Putting paper, is that what you use for putting your paper on, Ivy? That makes sense.
2-inch that I used tonight.
Okay.
To put
I do have some of that.
On the
I do have some of that. Sylvia, some of her best mistakes have been covered by washi. I love that.
Yeah, isn't that lace pretty, Candy?
That oh, this belt,
yeah, that's pretty.
Yeah. So now it's a short belt. It's a short bust belt. I could still do another one and then something, and then one belly band. This had to go all the way around though because I pieced it on both sides. So I just glued the top and bottom down with Fabri-Tac, and I sewed them together. And I don't think that it's really a big deal where I sewed them together, but I'll probably put something right there just to kind of cover that. Okay, so do we want to put together a signature?
Yes.
Let me so tell
even though my book won't close.
Just catching up on the
Margie says she likes Barely Art better than Art Glitter Glue.
Margie likes Barely Art better?
Yes.
And what reason? Any particular reason?
She said it doesn't clog up as easily.
Ah.
Is it one that can ship any time of the year? Because some glues they won't ship.
Yes, I think Barely Art can. We have so many Graphic 45 kits not done. Oh, I love some of the Graphic 45 paper that came in those kits, though. Would love to make some.
I've torn all my kits apart.
Folios. Yeah.
In fact, if Glennis is still on here, I have not forgot to make a list for you. I have not forgot. I piled other things on top of it, so I have to pull everything out of the closet to get them out.
You're not supposed to be gluing your skin. Thanks, Candy. Yeah, I guess it is. It's lace on top of a cheap vinyl belt, so that lace could come off. I really do like the lace, but that belt is going to give it structure so that it can be a good belly band on both sides and
So
cover. I
Ivy
could
uses
imagine I could glue that down. Say that again.
Ivy uses the 2-inch to completely cover the chipboard, which is what I do before I put my
Okay.
so it doesn't bubble. So like, you know, when you're doing this type of thing,
Yes.
you can get the bubbles
Yes.
in here.
Yep.
You know, I do the same thing if I'm making a book. I cover the whole chipboard. I do not. There's no chipboard left.
Okay, is that right corner of the washi coming up a tiny bit?
Right here?
Uh-huh.
Yep, it is already.
That's why I glue it.
Okay.
Because that drives me crazy. Yes.
And that is the one I did not glue.
Yes. Oh, you did the others.
I did the top one.
I just found a local supplier that refills art glitter glue. Nice. Nice, Lucy. She's just found a local supplier that refills art glitter glue.
Wow.
Oh, Candy's noticed that barely art glue is less visible when gluing vellum.
Oh.
All right. So now we're going to put if we're going to put 2 signatures in this, we want 10 pages. Let me get rid of these before I lose them. 10 pages per signature. And we're going to fold it in half, which will make 20 pages. Front and back makes 40 pages, right?
Okay. That's a lot.
That's a good average size for a junk journal signature. Usually, and it depends on what they're made of and what's in them and all of that. But I would typically go between 8 and 12. I can't think of many times when I've ever gone more than 12, but I find 10 is a pretty good average. And I try not to use really thick things for pages in signatures. If there's something that really matches that I really want that's thick, I will use that like this paper. I could use that as a cover for a signature. So each cover could have it's like a mini book, but it's just got this kind of soft cover within the book.
So that
the pages. Say that again.
This I found isn't going to work because it's not big enough, is it?
Well,
yeah, it is.
Fold it in half and all the pages. Here's another thing that's going to be totally out of your comfort zone. When you do a junk journal, all of your pages don't have to be exactly the same.
No way.
I know. Let's see. Oh, those 2 are. You might have one that's bigger than the others, one that's smaller than the others, and that's okay. I've learned that that's okay in junk journal world. Why isn't this coming off nice and neat? And if you have something like this, let me see if I can get this to tear off first. And then I'll show you. Okay, so say I have something like this, and it's way longer than these, and my book is really made for 8.5 by 11 sheets like this. Then I can take this end and I can fold it to make the page 8.5 by 11. I could cut it off. I sure could cut it off, or I could fold it like that and make a tuck spot. So I can fold it and then just glue the top and the bottom, and then I've got a side tuck. And so that's a place then in this book when I make tags, I got a place to tuck tags. And I can also decorate on top of it. So if I make some ephemera and it needs to be stuck somewhere, it could be stuck on top of that. So I could do it that way, or I could do it this way and have that on the outside. I'd probably do it this way, kind of like that as the paper. got all this to decorate. I can stencil on it. I could glue something on it. So let's see. I just grabbed some stuff. This is super, super thin, but it's kind of fun. It's like onion skin graph paper. Oh, that's the front. That's darker. And so I'm going to just grab the same papers and make 2 stacks and try to get like 10 sheets in each one. Discussing glue sticks. I've used glue sticks now and then, but honestly, for me, I've kind of seen that glue sticks are probably the first thing to lose their stickiness.
That's what I think.
Over a period of time. And so I don't typically use them. Although I have. There are situations when I have. All right, so oh, okay. I made a whole bunch of paper like this, and all it was, I had a ton of tattered angels things. I had picked up this whole box of them at an estate sale, and I just wanted to use them up. So I literally just sprayed them. I can't remember if I sprayed them on my acrylic block or on the gel plate because it doesn't really matter. But I literally just sprayed tattered angels, bunches of colors here and there. And then I set the paper down in it, soaked it up, and then kind of dragged it across, picking it up. And I have gotten some of the coolest, just basic papers like this with a little shimmer here and there that are perfect for putting into a journal and using them as a page, and I don't have to do anything to them. And you could even, some of them I even did both sides. And you can kind of make them any color, lean towards any color that you want. I'm looking at this and going, these are the same colors as this Minte with the blue and the peach. So I think I might use a couple of those. A couple of those. Oops, didn't mean to spill that on the floor. And that and that. All right. Can I have another one with, where's that one? Oh, right there. So I've got that one and I've got this one. They're both the same rose stencil, but one's like a negative and one's a positive. No, it's not. It's just that I did grunge over the top of that one. But it does look kind of cool. And I brought some. I did. Okay. Let's see. Some old. It's not very full. I would like the pages.
So it doesn't matter if they have pictures or anything on them.
No, not even, because our purpose is just for it to be a holder of the stuff that we're going to put in to make it full of all of our ideas. Inspiration book. So when we come look at it, we feel inspired by what we see inside of all the elements and features. And I mean, you wouldn't make tuck spots and pockets and things like that. Thanks, Laura.
Okay, so
I like using metallics on the gel plate or even just spraying. Get a good shimmer. Ooh. There's not any pink in this.
Do you have turbo tacky glue?
I do not have turbo tacky.
I don't either. Well, here, I can show you the picture. This is what Julie uses.
Ah.
There.
Okay. Oh, that's the same.
It's Aileen's.
Yeah, it's that looks exactly the same as Aileen's tacky glue. It just doesn't say turbo on it here. Interesting. I do have a bottle like that. That's Aileen's tacky glue. It's got the same label, the same color, everything. It's just it just doesn't say turbo. That's interesting, Julie.
Ivy also says she gets Fabri-Tac at the dollar store. It's sold under the same name of Beacon, but but called poster board adhesive. Just a money saving FYI.
That's the one Sharon was talking about. That I sent her one, gifted her one.
Okay. I'm confused already. It isn't taking much today here. Okay,
so right now you're just gathering 2 stacks of 10 pieces of paper that we're going to use as a signature.
But it has to be 8.5 by 11, right?
No, it could be shorter than that. If it's longer, we'll fold it over and make it fit because we'll use the folds for things. But I would not use cardstock.
Okay, well, I'm using scrapbook paper that I have because I have no idea why I have scrapbook paper.
Yeah. Yes, scrapbook paper, which is thinner than cardstock, right?
Right.
Yeah. Yep. Scrapbook paper is perfect. I wouldn't use but you will want you will want 1 cardstock for each of your stack of 10 to be able to make a cover. But that's pretty busy.
This?
No, I'm talking about mine.
Now I don't know if I want to use this or not. Oh, these are only 8 wide. Okay.
That's okay because that's only 1/2 inch shorter, and they don't all have to be exactly the same.
Okay.
When I'm doing a real journal, I kind of like them when they're not all exactly the same. This one, they're all going to be because I'm just ending up using cheap, paper stuff that I've done. Got. All right. This one. Okay. All right, let me count and see how many I've got at this point.
And how wide is it? Oh, wait, you're folding them in half, right?
Right. So I'm going to fold it in half like this, and this is going to become my signature. And so I'm going to bind this together. I'm going to make 2 signatures. And I'm going to put the 2 signatures side by side in this book.
Yeah.
And so my book is like 9 tall, so I want my paper to be 8.5, which is why I did it the other way around. I said I want to use 8.5 paper, so I'm going to make my book 9 tall. So you can check your book and see how tall it is. 10 tall. So then you want your paper to be about 9 to 9.5. I would probably try at 9.25 to 9.5. But if you've got 8.5 paper, that's perfect. If you've got 8.5 by 11, that'll work. But if you've got 12-inch scrapbook paper, I would cut it down. I would cut it down to 9.25 to 9.5.
Okay.
And then you can save those strips that you cut off, because those strips you cut off, we can make things that will match and make embellishments to put in there. Okay, I've got so much paper from stuff I've done and tried and played with like this that I need to use some of it up. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I didn't think I had enough. Now I've got 15 in that stack. Probably the same in this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I can't count. 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so 13. All right, so I don't need that many. I'd be better off, rather than doing a huge signature, I'd be better off doing a third signature, which we could do. I'm only going to do 2. After we get it filled, I'm going to make another book, and we'll make it a hardback book. So I'm going to take these and know that I only need 10 of them. I've got 13 there, so I can get rid of 3. Notice the difference between 3-in-1 and Fabri-Tac, and it's usually at least $1 cheaper. Fabri-Tac, Fabrifix, 3-in-1. I believe that they're all the same glue. Should be using junk paper. Well, I've got so much of this that I've made on the gel plate, or just messing around with inks or sprays to see what it does. I just need to use it. I've got a ton. Debating glue and tape. Yeah, Laura says it's nice to hang out with people that understand debating glue and tape. Totally,
it is.
Laura, totally agree. And we get you. We get you.
Okay, so I've got, how many pieces of paper do I have now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Of course, I only have 9.
I have 13.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay.
I know something else I'm going to rip apart.
All right, there's 11. One of them's super thin. Let's see. Yeah, I didn't think I had enough, let alone too much. Yeah, the yardstick paper's cool.
Thin. Okay, so I have 10.
Okay, I do too. I'm going to leave this one in here that has the fold. Let me double check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. I don't want that one to be on the outside.
Okay, what's Oh, this one has. Okay. Oh, yeah.
What?
Tim Holtz paper. Oh,
Oh,
man.
ew.
Huh. Interesting. Okay. Well, I'm going to turn it this way. Okay.
All right. So I'm going to I've got those in an order that I want. This is going to be the center of that signature. Now I'm going to grab this other one. Oh, I think I put these in an order.
Debbie said her youngest daughter is in Minneapolis area. Their high today was -4, and it's going to go down to a -21.
Oh my gosh.
That's cold.
Oh my gosh. That is really cold. Oof, that just gave me chills thinking about it. I mean, we get cold here, but that's really cold.
I still have about 8 inches of snow here, which is huge for us. But
yeah, it is.
It's supposed to be warm tonight and getting warm next week.
Do you have a couple of paper clips or binder clips? Large.
Oh yes, I do have paper clips.
Large paper clips or binder clips.
Here's the one that I fell asleep with last night when I was listening. It's cool. My hand. Okay, so now what?
I'm walking around. I got to grab from the other side my paper clip holders over here. I'm going to grab some. I think, the large ones aren't in here. They'll work. They'll work. What's up here?
Yeah, it's warming up. It's 34 right now here, and it's supposed to get down to 33. So maybe the 41 tomorrow. Oh, banana belt.
That's the high?
Yes.
Wow.
And rain. Nice. Melt that snow.
It's going to be icy. Yeah.
It's supposed to be above all week. It's supposed to be above freezing all week.
Wow.
Nice. I can go hang out with my dad tomorrow for the football game.
Oh, cool.
We only have 2 left, I think.
Yeah. Okay. So I usually use paper clips like that. These are the great big ones, like 4 inches. No, these are only 3 inches. But these will work. Yeah, Fahrenheit, not Celsius. Okay, so I'm going to take this and I'm going to bring them together where I want them. I haven't folded it yet. You can fold it, but I kind of like to not fold it until they're all together. And I'm going to just put a clip on each side that kind of holds them in place, one on top, one on bottom, so they can't move around up or down.
Okay.
And so then, I need to move this paper. Then I want to take whatever piece of cardstock. Oh, dang it, my arm hurts really bad. Right now.
Sorry.
It's just a moment. Just a moment. Haven't taken any drugs yet. Take a piece of cardstock that you want to use as the cover for that signature.
My paper is just a little bit bigger than my cardstock.
Okay.
That's right.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
It's just acting like a mini cover.
Okay.
And I'm going to cut this one down.
This is one of the free downloads.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
And you just printed it on cardstock?
Well, cool. I used this to make Christmas cards this year with downloads.
Oh.
And so I printed everything, but I didn't use this one, but it looks like a book cover. See that?
Oh, yeah. I do like that.
Snow.
That's very cool. Yeah.
Christmas song. Oh, well. Oh, well. I'll cover it with something.
I'm going to cut the branding strip off of this one so I can use this page. We're in the middle. Okay. Okay. And so now I'm going to, this is 8.5. So I need to cut this. I'm just going to cut it barely larger than 8.5 because it really doesn't need to be much larger. I've got a cover. This is only covering the signature. So I'm going to use the bottom half. 8 3/4. Is that all the way out? Yes, it is. There we go. Okay. All right. So there's a cover for the one signature. All right. So there's two ways to do this. There's the I want to be exactly perfect in the middle way, and there's the just fold it and stab way. When I want to be exactly perfect in the middle, I don't fold it first because then I've got all these creases to deal with. So then I will take it and let's see, I want that to be the bottom. So I will put it like this, exactly where it's supposed to be on that cardstock. Oh, it's too wide. Doesn't need to be that wide. I didn't cut that down. I can cut it down quite a bit, like that much. Okay. If I take this and center it on my cardstock, because it's going to be the cover, so I want it centered. And then I'm going to clip it onto the cardstock.
Okay.
Another one of these. Making sure I'm not, which I always do, end up moving it around here and there. Get it straight again. See, I'm probably better off just getting used to that. It doesn't have to be perfect. Do it however, because it always ends up not being straight and perfect.
I am so way past that tonight.
No matter how I do it. Okay. So then I just measure that and find this center, and the center is where I'm going to make 3 holes. Now, the other option of that is that you just fold this in half, use your bone folder, make a crease, and where the crease is, that's where you make your holes. How would you like to do it?
I'm probably just a second. Okay, I'm not going to worry about what my edges are on the outside, but
right.
I do get a little freaky about
bottom.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to pretend like I don't care if it's perfect because it'll probably end up being perfect anyway by doing that. I'm folding it in half. I'm making a big old fat crease here. I'm going to sit down with my bone folder.
Okay.
I'm going to kind of burnish that a little bit because that is then.
These are so off.
See, there you go. Now I still need to leave them clipped together so I know where my center is of all of them because they're all there together. And now I'm going to take an awl. Any old awl will do. And an awl. Some people call it a pokey tool. I hate a pokey tool. It's an awl.
Okay. How far from the bottom? How far from the top for the first hole?
Well, the first one, do right in the center.
Oh, of course.
Well, and I'll tell you why.
That makes sense.
And it doesn't have to be exactly in the center, but just eyeball it. And here, put a book underneath it. I mean, if you've got a self-healing mat, that's fine. But I always put a book underneath it, just an old one that I'm tearing apart anyway, because then I don't care if it goes into that book, which is fine. So, okay, so I'm going to find the center roughly. Okay. It's roughly center right there. I'm going to make the hole in the center. Okay. I'm going to make sure it comes all the way through, which it does.
Okay, then how far from the bottom?
There we go. Okay, now, some people use this as a trick. Some people will make the exactly halfway up and halfway down on both of them. Some people will put one of them slightly closer to the center hole than the other so that they always can look at it and know which is top and which is bottom. They'll say, if I always put the top just a slightly closer to the center hole, I've always got my book right side up because I can see that one's closer and I know that that's up. Does that make sense?
Yep.
So that if you want to use that as a trick, great. I tend to want to look at those holes and see that they're fairly spaced
Even.
out.
Yep.
So that kind of bugs me. So I will just keep checking my cover and make sure that I'm going, the right side up if I'm decorating or whatever. But I'm just going to take this and eyeball it halfway up, halfway between the hole and the top. And there's the first. And then I'm going to go halfway between the center hole and the bottom. And there's my second.
Okay, 2 and 3/8. Where I need that. So what? Are you making fun of me because I'm measuring exactly?
I'm not making fun of you. I'm just laughing.
2.5.
Now I'm going to go measure it, and I'll bet you it's pretty darn close.
You
get to where you can eyeball it, and
that you have.
You do. No, you get to where you can eyeball it, and pretty much right where it's going. Okay. 4 1/4. So my thing is, my papers are 8 1/2, and my center hole is at 4 1/4, which is exactly center. So 4 1/4. That means. So okay. I'm not exactly centered that one.
Okay.
And I am exact. All right. So just by the way it happened, my top one is slightly closer to center than my bottom. That was not on purpose, and it's just a hair. I mean, it's 1/16 of an inch maybe, but it's okay. That won't bug me, but it will bug me if it's close enough that I can see the difference. I don't want to really see that. Okay. Got 3 holes?
Yep.
Nice. All right. So now we need our needle and our thread.
Got it.
And we want to choose how much thread to put on. You basically, typically, going to take your thread and measure your book, and generously, so like I'm holding it here, I'm already got 4 inches there, and go the length of it, 1, 2, 3. And then, you see I'm adding a few inches here. It's just generous. I'd rather have a little too much than not enough. Okay. I'll go down a couple inches and cut it off because I'm always worried that I'm cutting it too short. But basically, the 3 times the length will do you. Okay, so then you're going to thread your needle, and this is a super dull needle. It's like a book binding needle. All it is to put it through the holes, but it's got a nice big eye.
Okay.
And it's a small one. Some of the bookbinding needles are quite large. Doesn't really matter. It doesn't even matter what kind of needle you have. You could make do with a paper clip. I'm sorry, not a paper clip. A bobby pin if you had to. A thin bobby clip, a small bobby pin. Okay. So now you're going to pull.
Margie just pokes 3 holes and calls it good.
Top stitch a 1/2 inch to 1 inch from top and bottom, depending on the height of the book. Just poke 3 holes and call it good. Always do 3 holes. See, we're doing 3 holes.
Okay.
Pamphlet stitch you'll eyeball, but anything more than 3 holes gets measured. See, we just eyeballed, and you can do this with 5 holes. Then I would probably measure it a little closer, just because, I know I probably wouldn't, because I would do a center, and then I know I just need 2 here spaced out, and I need 2 here. So 5. Okay. So get a good tail here where it's not going to pull out of your.
Got it.
Your thing. Okay. We're going to go down through the center.
Okay, done.
And come up through the bottom. But don't pull the tail, the long tail through. Okay. Leave this one. And leave it out plenty so that you don't accidentally pull it through. So down through the center, up through the bottom. You're ahead of me. Okay. And then we're going to cross the center and go down through the top.
Okay.
There are a couple different ways to do this, but down through the top and up through the center. And when you come up through the center on the last one, okay, see how this comes up there and it crosses that?
Yep.
When you come up through the center, you want to come up on the opposite side of this. And the only thing you want to be careful of is not to put your needle into this one and split this one.
Like this.
They're coming up side by side. Yeah, perfect. Exactly. and then you're just going to tie them over the top of that thread that's there. That's all, and it holds it in place. I know, isn't that super easy?
Well, how do you get it onto the book then?
Well, we will then bind it onto the book, and we could take this and bind this directly onto the book, but because they're soft and they're movable, it's going to make it a little more difficult to hold them in place while binding it. So we can do this, and then we can bind that to the book. So we're just going to tie this on here. This is just a basic pamphlet stitch.
Okay.
Make sure that it's not hung up on the back outside of the book and that it's actually being pulled taut.
Yep.
And I got way too much thread. I always do, because I'm always worried about having
I did way too much too, but that's okay.
I'm always worried about having too short, so I do way too much. And I like to leave 2 long tails.
I did.
I like to put charms or something on them. I may or may not if it's an inspiration book, but maybe if we think of some cute dangle that's new, we might want to do on it, just do it to remind us. Okay, now take the clips off.
Okay.
I mean, you can literally do that in 1 minute, seriously. You just made a pamphlet. You just made a pamphlet stitch notebook.
Cool.
So now what Ivy said, are you going to do it TN style, traveler's notebook style? Means that we would then take this, which we could do. We would then take this and we would put like elastic around the center. And then we would take this pamphlet that we just made, we would slide it under the elastic. And so it's now in the book under the elastic. And after you could take that out and you could put another one in. You could add 2 or 3 or 4 or 6 or however many.
Tim Holtz had some elastic that had a little wedge on the bottom of it. So you could poke a hole, poke that wedge through the book to the inside, and then your elastic is stuck, and then you wrap it around, like you just said, you wrap it around this in the signature and the book.
Yeah, okay. So
otherwise I'd pull it out and show you, but I have a package of them.
Okay, I think I know what you're talking about, because there are a couple different ways to do the elastic out there, and I think I know what you're talking about.
So it had a little piece of metal on the end of it. So I would poke a hole
through that, went sideways and kept it from going through.
The one that I did, I poked it from the outside in. And then when you put it in here, that little piece of metal would sit here like this, so it wouldn't come back out the hole.
Correct.
But then you had that piece of elastic that would go around the whole thing.
Yes.
I don't know if he makes those anymore or not, but
and we can make them. You can make them yourself. You don't have to pay for his. You can get the stretchy. You can use hair bands from the Dollar Tree.
Oh, okay.
But you can put them. You can put that through the center. You can make a hole in here, and put that through the center. You can actually just take a big loop of it. Hang on. Where's that piece I just cut off? Okay, here. Let's say that this is your elastic. You can take a loop of your elastic, and you could tie a knot, or you could glue them together and put a little piece of metal on, or you can put a bead on and tie them on the other side of the bead, or any number of things that take the place of that metal piece. And then you do a hole here, and then you put this through the hole, and then when it comes out the other side, this is stuck right there. This has come out the other side, and it's elastic. And so now you have this elastic that you then put around, can stretch and put around your journal. It's a closure.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Right. So he does them as a closure. Well, a lot of the companies do that as a closure, but you can also do it that way and have it go up and down and stay within the book. So then you've got these here, and then you make these pamphlet stitch books, and you just slide them in here. You can do 6 in. Oops, just dropped it on the floor. Either way. So lots of ways so we could make this traveler's notebook style and be able to slide these in when they're full, slide them out, and then bind them into, maybe it's easier to keep the soft one at our desk. When it's full, we take it out and we bind this into a hardback book with a 3-inch spine that becomes our big inspiration book. There's, I didn't think through all the different ways to do it, because there's a million ways to do it. There's really not a wrong way. It's however you want. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So now, so what typically, I mean, average journal, I would do a hard back with a 2-inch spine, and I would do 3 signatures in it. And those 3 signatures, I just really like to embellish them and make them full of stuff. So they end up being big and wide. So they take up that 2-inch spine. And so when my book closes, I've got a 2-inch spine, 3
Ha!
3 signatures
I
in
found it.
there. But see, oh yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Yeah, you can buy hair bungees at Dollar Tree
Store.
and make your own. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. So if you do that and put that on the outside, and so the what's the stretchy?
I would do the hole. Do the hole, stick this through, put it on the inside, and then wrap this around and stick the signature on it. Then.
So if you stick this from the inside to, wait a minute.
Just a second here.
Oh no, yeah, stick it on the inside, wrap it around, and then you put your signature on it. Yeah.
So like that. Oh no, that won't work.
Yes, a button, Margie, is yes. If you're making your own, you can use the elastic and a button. It's perfect.
That won't work. Okay, wait a minute. Oh, so if I did it, if I did it this way. Okay, so if I
mostly what those are used for is as book closures.
Right.
Not for holding the signature.
For. Yeah.
Okay. The signature or the signature elastic. The signature elastic, yeah. It's going a little different.
Pulling all those pens this morning.
I know. Hey, I thought you guys did really well with those pens.
Oh man, I stressed.
Well, you didn't need to.
Stress attack in there.
So second signature, same as the first. So I've got 2 pieces of paper that are identical. Both my signatures are going to have the same cover. Oh, unless I use the top portion, I could do that. No, but then that's going to be.
Oh, so I need another 10 pieces of paper.
So, I thought, did you not pull 10? I mean, 2 stacks of 10?
No, I only did 1.
I thought you had 2 stacks of 10. That's okay.
I didn't want to use the same paper.
Why? That's okay. I just did everything I pulled 2 of and made 2 stacks.
I was going to use cardstock, so that's what I had pulled.
Okay. Now you can see. Well, you can see now when you put that together and then you bind it that why you don't want cardstock.
Right.
Yeah, cardstock would take up all your space, and you want all your space for all your embellishments.
So that's why I was not prepared because I pulled all cardstock.
That's okay. I just grabbed a chunk of stuff and then just went through them right here, but so confused right now listening. Oh, Gigi. This is what we get for trying to do this after doing 48 hours of sale. I can't think straight anymore. Not only do we not have the words, but the brain power is not even there. Oh, shoot. Why isn't this cutting clean? It's my fault, Gigi. It's my fault for trying to combine 2 things. Because we were going to do the soft journal covers. And then I thought it'd be great to make our inspiration book on the very first of the year. So we've got it for all year long. So I tried to combine the 2 things. And honestly, we should have just done the soft cover, made a cute little boho journal. Made a cute little boho journal out of it or something. And,
the slow learner here.
No. And then, or we should have done the inspiration book and just made a regular hardcover for it. Either way, we could have done it either way. We just should have done it either way, not both. Sorry for trying to combine them. I will blame it on full brain.
this. Am I loving my project? No, but I'm still having fun doing it.
Well, that's good because I'm having fun too with you. Having fun with everybody in chat. You guys make me laugh, and I've been needing to laugh. Laughter is good.
But Candy, the invoice excuse next week.
Yeah. Oh shoot! I still need to forward you some emails, Candy, don't I? Uh-huh.
Okay, I'm finding some more paper.
Oh boy.
Here we go. Look at that one. That's cool. And I have no idea. You know what I think this was is when 12 by 12 sheets first started coming out. I liked them when I liked them. And then I found quickly that
it wasn't going to work for your.
Well, I wasn't using them for cards. I mean, you can use them. They're nice for the second layer and the third layer, blah, blah, blah. But that's rude. I'm sorry. I shouldn't say blah, blah, blah. I say that a lot.
Why shouldn't you?
So I have all this paper. And do you remember the Paper Zone?
I don't.
So we used to have a store here in Seattle. They went bankrupt. They were called the Paper Zone. So you could go in and you could buy a ream of paper was 500 sheets, which was this thickness, scrapbook thickness. Text weight. They called it text weight. And you could buy a half ream, which was 250 sheets.
Okay.
Cardstock. And so I would buy that for making cards.
Okay.
So when I taught my classes. Do you know how much 8.5 by 11 cardstock I still have?
Oh no.
And half reams. So that's sitting out in the garage.
Oh shoot.
But, so yeah, I'm let's do more of these. I'll use my paper so I can buy more.
Yeah, let's use your paper so we can buy more.
My paper so we can buy more paper.
Oh man.
1, 2, 3. It's Marianne's fault.
Lucy remembers the Paper Zone. She misses it. She still has so much paper from the Paper Zone. Wow. Okay, so
Candy. She said her hubby wanted to talk to her, and she said he'll really want to talk to her when he finds out how much money she's paid to you. I know I'm kind of scared what my bill is. I think it's going to be
oh my gosh,
a little bit higher because I have no filter these days.
If your bill's high, blame Candy. She's the one doing the invoices.
1, 2, 3, 4,
right?
5, 6. Yeah.
Candy says, sounds like you need to bring some cardstock to the retreat and pass it out. Then you could buy more.
Oh, I would do that. I'm excited. I have not been on a retreat since before COVID.
Yeah.
Pre-COVID. So it's been 2 years. And I know people are starting to go, but I have a low immune, and my dad is low immune, age and heart and da-da-da-da-da. So I just, I stay on the scaredy cat side. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, I need 2 more. 9, 10. Okay.
Okay.
I have to cut all of them.
That's okay.
Because they're all 12s.
Yep. I have one that's too long, and I just folded it over, so I'll have that pocket on the end, that tuck spot.
Oh, Lucy, I remember that stamp store. I can't think of her name. It was a big store. Tons and tons and tons of stamps. I can't remember the name. But then when I would go up there, I used to go to what was the other store? The lady that does the here we go with those words. Here we go with those words. The lady that does the paintings that are Jody Bergsma. There was a Jody Bergsma store in Bellingham.
I like Bellingham.
Gigi wants to know what city you're in.
I'm in West Jordan. It is just south of Salt Lake City. Okay.
I'm so ready for a retreat.
Me too. I'm just so ready for COVID to go away.
Me too. I like this paper.
Yeah, that's cool looking. Moved and now they're closed. Huh.
Yeah. There aren't many stamp stores left anymore.
No, that's true.
Cindy down in Ocean
Especially after
Park,
COVID.
and
Mhm.
I haven't been there since she did some construction and made the store bigger. Karen Wood, huh? This is kind of cool paper. Ivy, have you been to Cindy since she enlarged the store?
Debbie, did you ever go to Art Fest in Port Townsend?
No. I don't think I have. I used to go to the Tulip Festival every once in a while.
Oh, that sounds cool.
But
says they're starting to say that COVID can turn into a pandemic this year again.
Oh yeah, with this new variant.
Yep. Gigi says, Marianne, you have to move closer, hon. Driving's going to be something to your place. Gigi,
Yes, it was Stampadoodle.
Moves closer.
And it was Wendy. Wendy and her husband. She used to come down to Doris's every once in a while, but mostly we would go up there. And that was when they had what they call those
Stampadoodle. And Ivy has not been to Cindy's since.
Oh, Ivy, I'm sorry.
I'm going caregiving my aunt. Oh no. Oh boy. Yeah, that's very time consuming and difficult situation to be in. Totally understand. And endemic. There's pandemic, endemic, and epidemic. Did I read Julie's wrong? Oh, she did say endemic. Julie, did you mean endemic? Because there's endemic, pandemic, and epidemic. Make sure that I did read it wrong. I think I said pandemic because it's been pandemic. So
okay, I didn't put any little weird sheets in this one.
She said, okay, yes. Going to be hours from Joe's sister. She was laundered by myself. Indigenous to place. Endemic, not as bad as a pandemic. Yes. Yes. Endemic means that it exists in a certain place or area or region. Native, that's kind of like what Sylvia says. Characteristic of a native a people or a certain area or a certain country. Then it's an endemic. If it's particular to this region or locale, something like that is an endemic. Where the difference is the pandemic is the outbreak of said disease or any whatever it is over a really wide area, like multiple countries or multiple continents. And it typically, I think they said it would typically affect a great portion of the population. So something like an outbreak. You know, you hear an outbreak, and outbreak is just outbreak kind of in the area, but then an outbreak that covers multiple continents or multiple countries. That is a pandemic.
Gigi, it'd take you 21 hours to get to Marianne's.
Oh, not even worth it. Oh my goodness.
I think I looked and it was I was going to go down and go through Oregon. And so I think it's like an hour longer instead of going across I-90 and down through Washington that way. You still end up in the Pendleton area and then go down, but when I looked, I think it was 14 hours. So if I come by myself, I will stay somewhere overnight. I won't drive 14 hours straight. But if somebody comes with me, Bonnie or Sandy or both, then we can drive straight through because we can switch off.
Drivers, oh, yeah, that's a good idea.
4 3/4.
Well, they both answered the poll in that they were ready to go. So, but
it depends on parent situations. All three of our fathers are all 94.
I was going to say that, yeah, things have changed somewhat. That for
4 3/4
all of it, and that's the hard part, is that you don't really know day to day or month to month.
Right.
You know, looking this far ahead and putting down deposits, don't really know how your parents are going to be, or
3/8,
where
3/8
situation.
3/8. Okay, where's my roll of? Whew. Wow, that is
6 hours to Joe's sister to drop him off, then 21 more. Oh my gosh, Gigi. Okay, you're talking about 27 hours driving. That does not include staying overnight, because there's no way I'm letting you drive 26 hours straight. Getting some sleep, stopping to eat, and, you know, that kind of thing. Holy cow. You're talking about 2 full days to get here and 2 full days to get home. Goodness, girl. That's a vacation. That's 4 days, just driving time, travel time. That feels like you should be in Africa by the time you finish 4 days traveling. Oh, man. Really need a carpookler. Well, Candy already has a carpooler, because they'll make a vacation out of it and stop other places here and there along the way and afterwards. All right. Now, ouch. Large needle. Oh, there it is. Right in front of me is my large needle. Don't drop it on the floor. So maybe Ronnie drive out with me on vacation. Maybe we should just do the train. The train is 27 hours, but at least that would be 27 hours straight, and you wouldn't have to drive it, and you could sleep on it. But holy
you can sleep and eat.
but even that, 27 hours.
That's a lot.
Love you, girl, but that's a lot of travel time. That is a lot of travel time.
Okay. Yay.
2.5 days, yeah. Either way, you're far away from me. Yeah, that's true. I don't imagine the train would be straight through, though. You'd probably have to stop different cities and pick up and drop off, and maybe even stay overnight. I don't know. On the train, does it continue, stop and then continue? I would like to do a train trip. It would be fun.
Okay, even more so this won't close.
Yeah, even more so once you get stuff in it.
Yeah.
You're just gonna need to get one of those elastic hair headbands at Dollar Tree, and put it around it to hold it closed. Oh my goodness.
That's hilarious.
It is funny. It is funny.
Okay.
That's a long walk. Oh, it's a 21-hour drive from you, Margie? Wow. Oh, that's long from you too. Yeah, and you're all coming from a different direction.
Yeah, I need to redo the cover and make the centerpiece wider.
Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. We've not put it in the cover. Honestly, Debbie, I don't think anybody else is doing this with us. It's only been us. So here's what I'm thinking, honestly. Now that it matches, now that these match the cover, which is really great. I am thinking that
chipboard cover.
That we turn this into a soft cover for something that we take our 2 signatures and maybe even make a third, because we can throw a signature together in a minute, and we then make a hardback book with a 2-inch spine and put these in a hidden spine and use that for our idea book, our inspiration book, our resource book. That's what I'm thinking, that we put these in a hardcover. But we can use this. I like this.
Well.
What?
Glennis says she's tired.
What? Glennis is tired? It's only 9:48. That does not compute.
Hey, I'm telling you, that sale thing today.
Train stops for a short time to load, and food, and to unload and get food, and goes on its way unless you have to change trains. Not bad, but if you have to change trains, sometimes it's a long wait in between. You could hop the train with me because it goes north to Ohio, I think, then to Marianne. Too far for Julie. Julie, we would love for you to come. Margie doesn't own a car or drive anymore, so she'd be hoofing it. That's a long walk.
Oh, I didn't know Sarah was Margie's daughter.
Oh, yes. Yes, you must not have been here the first night she came in, and she.
I guess I need to be nosier about stuff, huh?
Debbie, maybe you. Oh, well, okay. This is a good point, Debbie. Maybe we could take your cover, and you could just cut it down the middle, and we could add a spine on it. Do you think that would work?
Or
all that laughing tires you out.
Cut it down the middle.
Nice, Sylvia. Awesome.
Okay.
Okay, so I mean, maybe cut it down the middle, or.
But then what are we going to hook the signatures to?
Well, if we cut it down the middle, then you would have, what, maybe a 1/4 inch on each side past the washi? Is that about right? Like, open it up and lay it out flat. Let's take a look at it. Okay, so if you cut it right down the middle,
it's almost a 1/2 inch here.
It's almost a 1/2 inch. Okay, so if you cut it right down the middle, you would have your front and back cover and about a 1/4 of an inch on each side.
Right.
Right. Okay, and then make a hard spine.
Okay.
Maybe make a 2-inch spine. That's a hard spine, and attach the front and back cover to the spine. We got a 1/4 of an inch to attach. And that spine you could cover in the same brown paper so that it matches. You can then it'll close.
Right.
You know how to do that. And then you can take the paper that you wanted and put it on the front and the back and the spine, and it would all be matching. And it would be a 2-inch binder or 2-inch book that would then hold a whole lot more. I could probably do that too now. That's funny.
Okay, so
Wait,
How big is this? This is 3
you
inches.
gotta get up early, huh?
Is it okay with you that I left the rest?
Yeah, I'll put it away. Yeah.
Okay.
I'll go put it away. You're welcome. Love you. I think that that's a very decent suggestion from Lucy.
Thank you, Lucy.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, can make a hard spine. Yeah, you could long stitch it into the spine. You could probably Fabri-Tac it into the spine and then put something over that goes from the spine onto both sides to extra reinforce it on both the inside and the outside. Candy took a trip with Eric one Christmas from Texarkana to Utica, New York, and back to Illinois. It took a long time, but it was a relaxing trip, and he loved it. That's awesome. Sylvia, will you post pictures of yours in the group so we can see? That would be most awesome.
Well, that's not 10 inches. Kind of a measuring. Oh, yes, it is.
See, it's making me think that I wish I had put a little piece of chipboard for a spine underneath this paper before I put this paper down, because then I would have that hard spine. But really, it's making me think that this is going to be a soft cover for something, maybe even traveler's notebook style, and that I'm going to end up making a hardcover one for the idea book. Although I do like that. Oh, this is funny. Although I do like that they all match now. They all go together. That could almost be, yeah, I could do that. Could just make that traveler's notebook style. That would not be a bad idea. Actually, oh. All right, so if this is going to here. I might. Okay. So we are given great lessons here in how to go the hard way, the long way.
Oh, I was going to say what not to do.
That's hilarious.
Okay, I'm getting ready to cut.
That is true. Lucy's got a good point. If you do the long stitch into the spine, it will lay flat.
Yes, it'll make that part will make me happy.
Yes. Oh, my paper is cracking. That is not good. I'm going to end up with something on the back. Anyway. Okay. And with this one, I'm going to turn this into a hardback book before we're done. Before we are done here, this is going to be a hardback book.
Okay.
So are you making a spine right now?
Yep.
Awesome. Awesome sauce.
Awesome. 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 Awesome.
Awesome. Awesome.
Yeah, he's here with me.
Awesome. Awesome.
Yeah, little Massimo.
Okay. I can put a third signature in here, I think. Of course, they won't have room to get super fat. And I'm going to want them to get super fat. I'm going to turn this into a hard spine, just like that. And a few signatures. Yeah, 2 signatures is enough. That's small. I usually do a 2-inch spine when I'm doing 3 signatures because I really like to stuff them full, and it makes for a big old gator mouth, and not everybody likes that. It's a 1.5, 3/4. So, okay. So, Debbie, at least we can say that we were able to entertain the troops tonight with
Yes, absolutely.
with our
With my lack of knowledge on this.
ours.
Freaking out because you need to do something.
With my poor decision of combining 2 Saturday nights into one, because I thought it would be fun to have the one done on January 1st so we have it all year to use. Yeah. So I still think we should
still use time. This may happen.
To make a, I'm going to turn this into a hardcover one too. And I still think that we should make a soft, look at that. That's how it's going to be. But I'm going to make it a hard spine. I still think we should make a soft cover one covered in boho fabric and make a cute boho journal. But right now, but first.
So like covering one in fabric and making boho, like you said, I would probably use like what the ladies talked about, using like cracker boxes or something like that. That's a thinner
chipboard, not a thick chipboard.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to.
So did I make this 2 inches?
I know what I'm going to do. I just decided what I'm going to do.
Uh-oh.
I know.
Did we decide? Oh, yeah, I could get 3 on this. Okay, so I need.
Started. Where set it? Right there. Okay. I think it had.
Oh, poop.
No, it didn't. Okay. So I'll just make one. Uh-oh. What happened? What happened?
I cut my paper too short.
Oh, I hate when that.
Well, do that. You know what? I'll use the tape.
There you go. Washi tape.
The washi tape.
Nice. Oh, I hate when I do that. Okay.
What's an alligator mouth closing?
It's like this. Instead of the book closing like this, it's a big old gator mouth. It's open like this because I stuff it so full of stuff.
Oh.
So it's a big fat gator mouth. The book doesn't close. It's like.
Oh.
Baby alligator mouth, but an adult one is too much. I kind of like alligator mouths, but no, still get married, just more of a problem solving now. It is. It actually is. That was very informative. Oh, we were very informative tonight, Debbie. We really showed the hard way. Okay, so I'm going to take this and I'm going to turn it into what I really want, which is a semi-hard back book. I'm going to make it a hard spine because this isn't bad at all. The covers aren't bad. The spine is kind of flimsy, and I'm not liking that. And then I can put my 2 signatures into it and still have a decent book. Okay, so here's how I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. I am going to I'm going to put a hidden spine binding in this. That's what I'm going to do. And with a hidden spine binding, I will be binding the signatures in at the same time, reinforcing that spine and making it chipboard. Okay, so that is just shy of 9. I'm going to need a little cutter to cut this, but I'm going to need to measure 9
Okay. Oh, now I can't see what I'm doing if I do it that way. Okay. So I'm going to do...
It was fun. I did have fun. Even postage card in the rear view mirror, son just got the bus. What is it with boho? I don't get it. That is weird. I don't. I don't know. I've never made boho. Nothing's working. Oh, Julie, can it be fixed? Oh no, Julie, I prefer the term fluffy. Instead of an alligator mouth or a big fat book, Debbie would rather it just be fluffy.
Yeah.
Debbie Riddick. It's a fluffy book. Okay. So that. Okay. And now I need to know exactly how wide. I think I said 1.5 inches.
Okay. So if I put this in here like this and leave a 1/2 inch here.
Let's see. Okay.
Okay, here we go.
Oh, it's pulling it. It's hard to cut, but gonna make it work.
Gigi, do you have an Etsy shop for your journals?
Yeah, Gorilla Glue. Yeah, gypsy flavored presentation. I agree, Sylvia.
Is that boho? Is that what you're talking about, boho?
Yeah.
Kind
of, sorta.
Last time I was at Michael's, which is
yesterday. Oh no, we had a sale yesterday.
Like 6-8 months ago.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Well, last summer they were kind of boho-ish, and that orange and pink and turquoise, and so
I like those colors. This style of boho is kind of it's kind of gypsy, kind of.
Yes.
It's not hippie. It's kind of loose and free like hippie, but it's not hippie. It's more gypsy. And I don't know what is it that makes that gypsy. Is it the colors in a free flowing hippie style? I don't know. I do like the colors. And I've seen some boho things that I thought are really cool. Just like other journals. I like some and I don't care for others, but yeah, I've never done anything boho style. And one of these days, maybe I will. Okay, let's see. Okay, I am making myself a little spine here. Now I wanted to sew that onto the spine. No, I'm gonna have to do that right there. Usually when I do this, it's done with. Oh, that's gonna be harder. No, I can do that. I can do that. Never mind. I'm just gonna do that. Just gonna do it. I'm just gonna do it. Okay. Yeah, that'll work. That'll work. All right. So I'm going to just glue this guy right down. Gonna glue this guy right down to the paper. Gonna glue this right down to the paper. I don't know why.
That yesterday, weren't we singing that?
I washed that pen right out of my hair. Yeah, yep. I don't even know where that came from. I don't even know where that came from.
It came from Glennis.
Well, I know
because Laura said that was a crummy song.
She said something else, and I started singing that song.
It was,
and Glennis said, "Oh, I love that song," and Alice said, or Alice,
Laura said,
"Oh, it's an awful song."
Yeah, Sound of Music or something else. Only I
Yeah,
don't
she
remember
said
what
she
the other
preferred
was.
Sound of Music, but I don't even know where I started, where I got it in my head. It's Margie. I blame that on Margie. If it's an
Yeah,
earworm,
let's blame
I
it
blame
on
it
Mark.
on Margie. Yep. So somehow Margie got it into my head yesterday, and when I said something, and I was looking for a new song because earworm, and I started singing "I'm Gonna Wash That Man Right Out of My Hair." And then she said she loves that one, and then Laura said no, it's an awful song. Oh, Laura, it's funny. Okay, where is my corner? See, I should put it back where it belongs, not just set it on my desk.
Okay, where's my glue? Where's my glue? I'm gonna try this.
Won't find it again in the same night. So I'll clean everything up. There it is. A corner miter, corner miterer that I can't pick up for the life of me. It is from South Pacific. Bali High is calling, may call you anytime, any place. I pretty much know all the musicals because, I was a music major and I grew up acting in all the musicals and singing. So I'm kind of pretty much the music freak. Bali High, that was a good one. It's not a trend, it's a style. Yep. But I don't know if this is
Okay.
It's not Armand. Wait, Sarah. Oklahoma. Oh boy, let's not go. That will really get an earworm. Oklahoma, where the wind comes whipping on the plains, where the wind and wheat. But it's one of the best musical ever. What's the best musical ever, Glennis?
Sound of Music.
No, that's what Laura said. Sound of Music or one of the others. I was in the Sound of Music.
You were?
I was in high school. I was the lead nun.
Wow.
I know. Kind of funny.
Oh. So now we have this.
How do you solve a problem like Maria? What? Oh, did you put that on?
Yeah, see,
love Wicked.
Look at it. See, I already have part of it. Oops, I already have part of it. Okay, I'm gonna glue that.
Oops, that might have been too short. Good night, Margie. The King and I. Oh, wow.
He's leaving us.
I don't know. Yeah, she's just too tired and she needs to sleep.
Good night, Margie.
Good night, Margie. Thanks for hanging with us, making us not feel totally, stupid.
Making us giggle.
Wicked. I loved Wicked. Loved Wicked. Is that okay? Well, now, wait. Are Broadway shows considered musicals? I guess they are.
Aren't they?
I guess they are. I mean,
well, if there's
they are. Okay, well, that's funny. As I said that, I'm thinking, so what's the difference? Well, the difference is that I grew up with musicals, not knowing them on Broadway or as Broadway shows. They were just musicals to me.
Well, a lot of them were on TV.
Yeah, exactly. But they were probably Broadway shows first, weren't they? Or were they TV shows first? And then they went to Broadway?
Thank you, Lucy. If they're singing in it.
Well, yeah. But what I mean is, there's some stage shows and oh yeah, the thoughts are not making it out of my mouth in the
okay. So now what I did is I didn't cover. I should have reverse covered it. So there, I have it hooked together.
Just you wait, Henry Higgins.
You know what? Maybe that was
those then movies. Yeah, they were Broadway shows, then movies. Okay, they're all musicals. It was just whether here's the difference. All of those musicals you've mentioned so far, except Wicked, I knew as musicals because I acted in them and sang in them from the time I was young. And some of them were on TV and that kind of thing. When it comes to Wicked and Phantom of the Opera, I have never seen those done as a school or high school or community production. They seem more like big Broadway shows, but the truth is they're probably done all the time and I just don't know it, these days. So I never knew Wicked and Phantom as musicals per se, in my in what I grew up doing. They were something I just found as an adult, or they weren't out. They weren't out then. They came out as an adult, and so that was a bigger deal. Anyway, yeah. So that's why I was thinking of them differently. But they're right. They're all, whether they're movie or Broadway or whatever it is, they're all musicals. They all are. Let's see. Yeah, I love them all. Probably my ultimate favorite of all ever is Phantom of the Opera.
Thank you, Ivy. She said these are much better now.
Cool. Candy's punch drunk, so giggling too hard to go to sleep. Oh my gosh. Audrey Hepburn. Depends on the school budget. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I grew up thinking that, Oklahoma and The Music Man and what's their names?
Annie, get your gun.
Yeah, Annie, get your gun, and all those. What's
My
the
Fair
one
Lady.
all of those. Those were all great shows that you did in school. They were just
What was
really
the
great
one that
shows.
Robert Goulet was in, and they had the little leprechauns? And...
was
what was that one?
A musical, Leprechauns?
Yeah, Robert Goulet was in it.
Robert, oh, you're not talking about Willy Wonka, are you?
No, it was about something to do with leprechauns.
I don't remember.
Robert Goulet. Uh-oh.
Yeah, Julie, I was in all-state choir and I was in all-state orchestra. That's all I did was live music. I would have loved to take some shop classes and Brigadoon.
Thank you, Lucy.
Oh, yeah, Brigadoon.
I knew.
Yeah. Not Brigadoon. She says not Brigadoon. Robert Goulet was in Camelot. Was it Camelot or Brigadoon?
No, he was in Brigadoon.
Okay. That was a big one to do in
high school.
High school drama. Yeah.
And then, of course, what's the one they just remade? West Side Story.
Oh, and you know what? Another one that I did was Bye Bye Birdie. Bye Bye Birdie. Oh, man. Seems like 100 years ago.
Okay. Oh, man. What a hot mess this is.
Oh, you've got yourself a nice hard spine there.
Yeah.
Nice. I'm making me one too.
So if I do this.
Oh, now I got some of those songs stuck in my head. My brain just keeps going from one musical to the next. Oh, no.
And I really like White Christmas.
Oh, yeah.
Crosby.
Bing Crosby.
And Rosemary Clooney and Danny Kaye.
Yeah.
Okay. Lucy, it's literally at the end of the road. I mean, like past Ocean Park where the store is. It only goes like another mile or half a mile, and it is the end of the road.
Good night, Sarah. Singing in the rain, just singing in the rain.
Debbie Reynolds and somebody O'Connor sang in that one. O'Connor, what was his name?
It wasn't Gene Kelly?
Yeah, Gene Kelly and Debbie Reynolds and Donald O'Connor was it singing. Okay, so now I have enough room here. And then how are we going to get the signatures on?
Well, if you're doing a hard one, before you cover it, you didn't cover it on the inside yet, did you? Or did you?
I just did a little tiny bit.
Okay, we can do oh gosh, I've lost all my words.
Welcome to my club.
We can do a hidden binding.
Like a Kathy Orta binding?
A hidden spine binding. I don't know how, Kathy.
No, that wouldn't work.
No, like I'm gonna do one on
have to have an envelope. Hers are like a peak, like a mountain. And
then
you make this the signature is like an envelope that sits down on top of the peak.
No, I'm gonna sew my things right onto this, and then I'm gonna glue this into my book. I'm gonna sew my signatures onto this. This is gonna be the spine. I'm gonna sew the signatures onto it, and then I'm gonna glue that down, and so you can tell that the signatures are sewn into the book, but yet they don't come through the other side. So it's a hidden binding.
I got it. Okay.
That's what I'm gonna do.
So I kind of did this for not then.
So I can undo the knot that I have in here and literally just use, the thread that's already there and just do that.
Okay. So
what I want to do is on here, I want to do 2 center holes that are even. I want to make sure that they're even. The holes are even across so that my signatures will sit even and not one be higher than the other in the book. And so where did I put that little?
Thanks, Gigi.
Here. Yes, you can actually do the pamphlet stitch again on the spine or a long stitch. Let's go with Debbie Reynolds. Her name was Franny something or other. Burbank High School, I think, or Glendale. Nice.
Okay, so this was 2 inches.
We could leave this here and we could just do this again and stitch it onto there, or stitch. Now I don't want to stitch it straight on because I've decided that I want to make this a hard spine. So even though the covers are somewhat flexible, if I make it in a hard spine, I'm giving more structure to the book. It's just like that. That's what I'm going to do.
Okay, so I'm still going to have to come up with more paper so I have a third spine.
How wide's your spine?
2 inches.
Okay, yeah, you want 3 signatures. Mine's only 1.5 inches, so I'll put in 2 signatures, then I can totally fill them up to my heart content. And then When they're full, I'll just have to make another one. Okay, so
the boy is behaving tonight.
I know he's been really good.
It's awfully quiet.
Uh-oh. Maybe he's not behaving.
No, I can see him. He's on a. I have a blanket in the craft room, and he's laying on the blanket and in the corner, and
that's cool.
Yeah,
just being a happy camper.
Yeah, happy boy.
That's cool. All right, where did I put that mark? There it is.
Sylvie wants to know which one of those Amazon envelope journals is a giveaway. Not mine.
Sylvia, are you wanting to make sure you don't get in that giveaway? Or are you saying you like one? That's funny.
Somebody asked me to sell one of mine, and I said no, because I know where all the mistakes are.
That doesn't matter. They don't have to be perfect.
It does. Well, it does
perfect
to
is
me.
in the eye of the beholder.
I know, but
no.
In fact, it's the one I have right here behind the computer.
Mm-hmm. That someone wouldn't have been me, would it?
Yeah, it was you.
Because I have Ask a Timer too.
Yes, you have. My little steampunk.
I love it. I love that one.
I would make another steampunk one, I think, but now I've done it. It was a Memories by Leah book.
Mm-hmm.
I would do different things, I think, with it. I ran out of paper with her instructions. So so the last page usually ends up being my design.
Right.
The last 2 pages. So she is one intense person for her instructions. Oh. Like right now, Candy? I can show it.
Oh, your steampunk one? Yes.
Is that okay?
Yes.
Okay, just a second. Let me grab it.
Absolutely.
So this is the instructions were Memories by Leah. So this is a real pocket watch, and I put it on with Velcro. And these are Tim Holtz gears that I used. I used oxide ink and then his glazing embossing powders.
Yeah, embossing glaze.
Book. Yeah, embossing glaze. Yeah. And then, oops, how do I do? Oh, put it up. Do I raise that up a little? Oops, How do I do? Okay.
Raise it up. Oh, there you go.
There. So here's the spine. Whoops. We're caught on something here. Oh, there. Okay, so here's the spine. And I made a dangle. Whoops. I don't know how to do this. Sorry.
That's okay.
So
the outside is the hardest because the inside you can lay it down and open pages.
Right. And then I stacked some gears here. And this is Stamperia Voyages Fantastique. So here's the first page, and I just put some chain, just loose chain. And then this flips open this way, and this flips open this way. And then there's a pocket. No, there's not a pocket there. There's a pocket here. And then this signature opens big this way. And this way. And then I put tags. I made tags and put charms on them. And just, I don't do photos. So I try to make enough other interesting things in them so that they don't need the photos, because they are called photo folios.
Mm-hmm.
So this goes back this way, and this goes back this way. And then this one, oh, this one opens up this way. I should have put a little string right here. I'm starting to do that, a little piece of ribbon. I'm starting to do that on some of these, because when people start looking at them and touching them, it starts bending edges and corners. And this one flips out this way. And there's two, nope, there's only one map in this
Julie,
one.
this was not a kit. She bought the instructions from the person who designed the book, and then she chose her paper, and then she just followed their instructions and she created the book. It was not a kit. It's gorgeous.
You can look at some of her books on Etsy. It's Memories by Leah. She's in Sweden. She's from Sweden. And so some of the things I changed around and I added more because I was doing it steampunk, but I think she used this paper for hers. And so I added like glossy accents on some of the stuff. And I changed it a little bit because I do. I don't follow directions all the time. So then I put this on here and kind of belly banded it a little bit. And this opens up. Whoops. Sorry. This opens up like this and like this. And so this is all from Voyages Fantastique that I got from Marianne Stamperia. And then this one opens up this way, and this little Imagine card. And then this flips up. Okay, so this last one here. Oh, okay. So I'm always befuddled with rice paper.
We're going to do some stuff with rice paper.
Another thing that I am not a fan of. So what I did here is, this is a piece of the rice paper.
Oh, now that's a cool use.
And rice paper you have to cut
It's
with
like a curtain. Yes, you cannot tear it. Well, you can. It doesn't tear so easily. That's a cool idea, actually.
Yeah, Ivy, I'll look it up. It's Memories by Leah. It's on her Etsy shop. She does some pretty intense stuff. So here's my train. I didn't do it as cool as you did, but
that's cool.
Okay, here's another thing that I have found. I love using book paper. And it's like $16 a roll, but I figured I could probably get, I think I can get 4 or 6 books out of it, but it's $14 to ship it. So that makes it more expensive.
Right.
So there it is.
Yeah, gorgeous book that it is. Everybody wants it. I already got first dibs on it if she decides to sell it.
Well, there's a lot of mistakes in it. So
they would like, can you explain to them what book paper is that's on a roll?
Yeah, it's on a roll and it feels like cloth. It feels like fabric.
It's like book
cloth. I guess it's called
book cloth, and it makes the cover.
Right. Okay, just a second here. Let me look this up real quick, Ivy. I made another one of hers too. It's I used graphic 45. I'm telling you, her stuff is intense. She puts frames on top of frames on top of frames on the outside of the side of her.
Wow. Yeah, book cloth is basically the what covers all the chipboard and creates the book outside, and then you can decorate on top of it and embellish on top of it.
Okay, here's another one of hers I did.
This is cute.
So see, she does all these frames. So there's 1, 2, 3 frames on it. But then I thought I became like the there's the edge of it. Oops, I don't know how to do this. So it shows.
It's kind of hard to show that, but
okay. So she had something weird here. So I just went on Amazon and bought these little bells and put on for the cow.
Cute. We need more cowbell.
Yeah. So here she did another frame. So I haven't decided what I'm going to put in there yet, but because I don't do pictures.
Me either. Keep dropping.
This one opens up like this. This one was a little bit easier. Here's another page that opens. Oh, this one opened too. Ha. So there's another lady that I've bought from her instructions, and I bought a whole bunch of them when they were. Yeah, you're right, Ivy. I could do recipes. In fact, this other one that I haven't finished, she does a ton of these books, and I'll look her up too. But her instructions are wrong, and so
don't look her up.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
wrong.
So oh, lucky you, Lucy. That is so awesome. The book cloth is just it's just amazing. I like it better than covering it in paper. So so then there's this other lady. So I sent her an email because I had bought like 10 books from her. 10 instructions because I liked the looks of them, and it was graphic 45. And so I was all excited about graphic 45 paper and other books I could do. And so I sent her an email and I said, well, you put down this paper from graphic 45 and that paper is not in this kit. So if it's a beginner, she goes, oh yeah, almost all of my instructions are the same. And I messed up. I didn't put and I'm thinking like,
and you still sell them and you just messed up and go, oh, well.
Right. So I haven't finished her book, and on her instructions, she does everything you cut out of this particular piece of paper, and she names the piece of paper from the graphic 45. And so because I'm a direction follower and straight lines, it was just, yeah. So that one I haven't finished, and all the paper's sitting up here. It was another farm one, and this one's kind of busy. This one pops up here, down here. There's a card that goes in back here. So this is why you can tell by all these straight lines. This is why junk journals are hard for me, because I like all these little straight lines.
It's totally understandable. That's pretty much what I grew up with too. And I like them. I like both. I love the straight lines and I love the grungy.
Okay, so this one goes.
Totally attracted to both. And totally have the desire to make both.
So these are the two that I did this last year, or first year of pandemic. Stuck at home.
Sure.
Okay, Ivy, I'm looking her which one it is. I'm looking it up.
The one whose directions are always wrong?
No, not the ones that are wrong. No.
Okay.
Memories by Leah.
Yeah.
And she does cute videos, and you can tell on her videos when she's made a mistake with her English. You can tell where she clipped the video. And she's sweet, 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 sweet. And she talked about struggling with pressure and she didn't, I'm not sure she came out and said depression, but she talked about her struggle with it and she said something about make sure you get vitamin C, and she held up a cute little orange and you know, I liked her because she just seemed real, just so real. Okay, memories. Okay, the cow book was called Farmhouse, and oh, maybe that wasn't the right one. I'll have to look and see. No, I think it's, yeah, Farmhouse. So it looks different than mine because she did some kind of white and weird color, mustard color. And then the
Voyages Fantastique.
yeah, she said quick and easy Stamperia Voyages Fantastique mini album. So there's the picture of it. It's on sale. It's 25% off, $9.74.
For the instructions?
Yeah, for the instructions.
Hey, that's cheap, actually, compared to...
Yeah, Kathy Orta, some of hers are $50.
Yeah.
For her books. And then today I watched a video on Kathy Orta. She's going to venture out from her crafting, so she unboxed houseplants today.
What?
Yeah. Needless to say.
Houseplants?
Yeah, I didn't finish watching that video.
Houseplants? Real ones or plastic ones?
Yeah, real ones. She said she's it is LEA. Just a second, let me see if I can enlarge this for you. Whoops, where'd it go? That's not in focus. It's all one word. Can you see that, Ivy?
Memories by Leah. Memories, BYLEA.
There. Is that better?
Right there. Don't move. Yep.
Sylvia, you don't like Kathy Orta? Hello, everyone.
Yeah, there are some.
Oh, thank you, Candy. Thank you. Yeah, there's something else she posted today about they're under contract. So I didn't know what that was about because
contract.
Kathy Orta was talking about it today.
That she's under contract?
I don't know what the contracts were about, but they said something about they won whatever it was about the contracts, and I didn't. Okay, so I think there's another one I have. I think I have this woodland one, and it wasn't so much that I like,
but you like the style of the book.
Yeah, I like the style of the book.
And
then usually what I do is I go on YouTube and I look at their walkthroughs on books.
Let's see what it's supposed to look like. Yeah, it makes sense.
Let me see if there's another one on here that I bought. I've downloaded them on my computer already, so the ones that I've bought, and I don't have them separated out.
By designer, you mean like?
Yeah, like, I think maybe I did this fruit and flora one. I think I might have ordered that one. You know, Ivy, that lady that we were buying from, I can't think of her name now. She died, and so they took down her website.
Ooh.
Ivy and I had started buying some to make some books, some of these little folios. Yeah. What's her name? Donna Kaufman. And she was an author also.
Oh. Wow.
So here's one of her books. This one's more expensive because she did a PDF and a video, but she used Lady Vagabond. Sorry about that light there. Yeah, Donna. Yes, Ivy. Who else do I have?
Lunar Lady.
Do what?
Lunar Lady.
Lunar Lady, but I did not like her binding system.
Yeah, that's true.
But she's a hoot. She is a hoot. Well, I'll look and see if she's in. What was the name of her? Wasn't it under Donna Kaufman? Ivy? I think when I went into Etsy, it was gone, unless somebody put it back up, because I was going to buy more of hers. Lunar Lady. Then there's a lady that I bought from Cookie Book. Do you remember what her name was? Marianne?
Was it?
The Nutty Bookmaker.
Oh,
yeah.
Yep.
She's in Canada, and Lunar Lady's in Canada.
The Nutty Bookmaker.
The Nutty Bookmaker. And let's see, who else do I buy from? If I would start making these instead of talking about them.
You could make them and sell them, because obviously you have an audience that loves your work. You guys want to make a book of this type of style? But I mean, those who have never done it, Ivy's done it, Sylvia's probably done it, but those who have never done this style, do you want to make a book of this style? Like on Saturday Night Live, or a Monday thing over multiple weeks?
Lunar, is it Lunar Sun or Sun Lunar? Lunar Sun Creations. If you look at some of her videos, some of her books, oh my gosh. And I've bought some of the instructions from them, but I haven't attempted them yet. The only one that I did, in fact, Marianne did it with me one day, and Bonnie.
The Cosmos one that Margie now owns.
Yes, yeah. I didn't like her binding system.
I actually took the whole book apart and got different paper and redid mine.
Oh, good.
But still, I did not completely redo the binding system. But I just redid some of it to try to, but I agree. Her binding system is maybe...
It's a little too, it doesn't feel very stable to me.
Yeah. A little too unstable, and we're already unstable enough.
And when I bought from the lady that I was talking about that made all the mistakes, again, it goes back to where I have to follow all the directions. And if they say use this piece of paper, I use that piece of paper, because they tell you how much to buy in the beginning, so you do.
Well, and she makes a mistake and you cut up the piece of paper already. Now you don't have anything to redo it with.
Right. And so now I think I've evolved enough that
you can read the instructions and go, that's not going to work right.
I don't like it. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to do something else.
Yeah.
So,
which is great.
Yes. I.e. tonight's book.
Let me see if I can grab this one.
It's funny because when I was thinking about it today, I thought, you're making a mistake to combine those two things together.
Here's parts of this book that I have not finished. Again, I don't know how you put it together. You cover it with fabric, but she tells you exactly if this is right here, she tells you to put this right here. If this is right here, you fussy cut this out and put this right here. Glenn would be happy with me for fussy cutting. So if they tell you to do this and cut this piece of paper for this tag, then that's what you
are supposed to do.
yes, what you're supposed to do. I agree with you, Ivy. I prefer, in fact, I can do them on my own now, finally. I just figure out how wide I want it and how many I want. Kathy Orta's binding.
Right.
I like hers the best. So, yeah, this one's a little, I was going through the whole farm kitchen phase. There's too many blank spaces on here, but like I said, recipes.
Right.
And you know, me and my
that
recipes.
would be a really good one for recipes, and you could yeah, you could actually glue the recipes on or put them on a flip, you know, or a clear pocket so you could pull them out to use them or something.
So this one I haven't finished because you're supposed to cover it in fabric.
Well,
so, and then
whatever you want.
A little box that goes with it that you make 2 of these and then they stand in the box with little feet on them. Oh, I could use those feet that I was going to use for the
yeah, that'd be perfect.
Yeah. Lucy, you can make some of these folio things that are so easy. You know, I started making them because of the graphic 45 paper and using that up. Gigi, they're on Etsy. Doesn't matter whenever. I purchased that one 2 years ago now. It was when the COVID first started.
Yep.
Yeah. So she has them on there all
the time. They stay there. Yeah, they don't.
Yeah. Once they're in Etsy, they stay there, and you just download them. They send them to your email, and then you just download them, and then
it's like digital downloads.
Yep, digital downloads. Thank you, Candy, very much. Do I need to tell you how much money I've spent on digital downloads? I didn't know they existed till Candy. Yes, I'm throwing you under the
bus. Yeah, really. It's Candy's fault. You probably don't want to tell them how much you've spent on digitals. Don't have patience for Letbook or Folio, but love making journals and books. Awesome. Thank you, Miss Eugene Asterix. There's a lot of like-minded here watching. This is a large group. Differences.
Debbie, are you talking if we taught a book, we would
design it.
Yeah, we would design it probably as we go. Yeah, it wouldn't be it wouldn't be instructions you had to buy. No way. No.
Right. Yeah, because if you buy instructions, you can just do it.
Yeah.
Yourself, but yeah, it's not ethical to write the instructions and then teach it here publicly, because you know that's how they make their living, is selling their digis.
Right. So. I don't give my instructions away that I pay for because that's how they make their business.
Right. But we could design our own. I mean, Debbie's done way more than I have, but you know, we could design our own book and make one.
So the digital downloads, where's my Christmas card? My Christmas card this year was all other than the paper I used was all a digital download. So this music paper was a digital download. The old-fashioned Santa Claus was a digital download. The frame, the snowflake paper.
Digital downloads and die cuts.
Yeah, digital downloads and die cuts. And then this year what I tried to do was die cuts that I haven't used before. I buy. My little I buy all of these and then I don't use them. So I tried to pull out and use, you know, where's that word? My die cuts, I tried to use dies that I had not used before, like this big snowflake. I hadn't used that before, and then yeah. So that was all digital downloads, and the background and what I used for the snowflakes was free from somebody that I subscribed to their Facebook. Calico.
Yeah, Calico Collage.
Yes, Calico Collage.
Calico Collage.
So there's my 2 cents worth of everything in a nutshell.
Really. My book is done.
It is?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, I was busy yapping, so mine isn't.
I know. Thank you for the time. Although I'm just thinking I might.
Show us.
So here it is. It's still flexible. It's still flexible cover, but it is now a solid spine. The glue isn't dry. I need to hold this to it so that it stays nice and tight and dries nice and tight there. But it is now a hidden binding into the spine. And I could take something, I could have used this same paper. I have some, but I had this strip that was just the perfect length. So that's why I used it. But I could also take something and put it right over here, or some washi, make it kind of a strip. A strip that goes, not that. Thought I had one. Here's one. Yeah, do like a strip like this that covers that and comes onto this, so that you really don't even see what it's bound on. I could have just used the blue, but like I said, this was the perfect length, so I did that. So there's 2 signatures. There's the first one. I'll have to go through all the pages,
You didn't put 3 in?
Nope, because my spine is only 1.5 inches.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and I want to leave enough room that I can just stuff it full, and then as soon as it's full, I will make a hardback book for my next inspiration journal. But I will start with this one as an inspiration journal. So it's interesting because I've got this on the back, and normally that might be something that I'd put on the front. So it's kind of weird to have it back there. It almost feels like it should be a tuck spot, but I don't know that it would hold anything specifically back there. But it actually would in here. But I can feel that the paper is a little weak right here where I've bent it. And I think that's because the glue had a harder time drying, and maybe hasn't even completely dried with the bubble wrap, because my bubble envelope was made of paper, not plastic. And so there's a lot of glue. I can feel the cold of the glue, and it feels like that softness of the glue here and here. So my paper feels like it's been a little compromised here at the corners. I might put something on the corners. I might just put something on the spine. Not sure. But either way, got me a book.
Wow.
Okay,
I'm pulling
just
out
to
more
hold these down so that they dry flat. I just used Fabri-Tac on the spine to put it in.
Most welcome, Ivy. I love that, Marianne. I love that lace you put on there.
Yeah, that belt, I do. I like that belt too. I like that it was long enough that I've got some to do something else with too. I like this paper that's on the back of that Harmony. This is Harmony from Minte. Thank you, Candy. Lost your photos. Hope when your oh no. Oh, Photoshop. Fun, not photos. Hope. Lost Photoshop when your computer died, and so you abandoned it. Okay, I get that. All right, dry, nice and tight there. So yeah, this will be a place I could stick big tags and things that need to be stored. The covers being cardstock give you just a little bit more structure to put some pockets on. The pocket that needs to hold multiple things like tags and or tickets or things. Some of these, a lot of these like this are ones that I was just trying to get rid of some sprays. I had a whole bunch of tattered angels that I picked up at an estate sale, and I was just spraying tattered angels onto, I can't remember. I did it a couple times. One time was on the jelly plate, and another time I was just spraying it on like my glass mat. And then I would take just copy paper and I would run it through it and drag it through it. And I got some of the coolest. I mean, they look like they're just watercolor washed, and they all have the shimmer that the Tattered Angels does, but that makes for great journal paper.
Hey, little boy.
And the other sides are the same. Obviously, there's some coffee dyed with some outside table. The other one is pretty close to the same. All these papers are going to be a little bit different because obviously no two of them are alike. I just put like coffee dyed paper every third one or something like that, just so it wasn't all that. This one, I don't remember if I didn't leave it on in the other signature, I don't think, but I kind of wish that I did because it's extra long. So this was a gel plate. This was a gel plate one.
That's pretty.
Yeah, I like that one.
Almost makes me want to do a gel plate, but I'm not going to.
This is why, because if I fold that over, I can just glue that down, and now I have a pocket again to store tags or other things and to glue things on. So that would be great storage in this as an inspiration book. I'm really liking this. This is making me want, I've got a bunch of this and I really haven't been using it, but it's making me want to do that again because I've got a ton of Tattered Angels that just have a little bit in them need to be used, because you can kind of do all types of colors. And so whatever like this is like the
Isn't that what I found the other day when we were talking? I found that bag of Tattered Angels.
Yes. Yeah, you have a brand new bag of Tattered Angels that you haven't used. So you could make paper like that. It's super easy and it's not even messy. And all Tattered Angels has this little shimmer in it. So when they dry, you get this little shimmer. So there's my book. And I left my tails so I could put something on them. If we get a great idea about something, we can make it, put it on there and have it as a sample. Yeah, I need the student discount to Photoshop. Hi, Lynn. So I really do Tattered Angels. But oh, thank you, Ivy. It's so easy. I just had so much of it that I still have so much that just has a little bit in, because I picked up a whole box of it at an estate sale that was all partially used. So I just sprayed it down and sprayed a couple different colors that I thought might go together, and took just pieces of copy paper and laid it on it and kind of did that, and then just drug it through it. And so
just copy paper?
Yeah, just copy cheap copy paper that I just use to copy everyday things on.
Okay.
Yeah. And it turns out great. It gets just enough crunch. They get that really nice crinkle sound, but yet it's not it's not brittle. It actually feels like it makes it stronger. I don't know why or how it would do that, but Yeah. Oh, pretty much make any color you want. You got a good pack of tattered angels there that we need to do something with.
Okay, so I made this 2 inches. So
Yeah, I like that candy. I like the sound of the crunchy paper too. Crinkly. So where are you working on your book?
me?
Yeah.
Yes.
What do you have left to do?
Well, I just covered the spine while you were talking.
Okay. To do it the same way I did?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
So I'm making my lines for, because here we go. I can't
Okay.
eyeball it. What?
Okay, so when you go to put the holes in it,
Uh-huh.
I took the holes in my 2 signatures are not in exactly the same place because I eyeballed them. I didn't measure them. So they're not exactly the same place. So I took one signature and here's my piece that you're working on. I took the signature and I laid it down on it just like this. And I took my awl and I went to the center. There's the center hole. And so then I made the hole in my bottom one, and then I made the hole in that one, and then I made the hole in that one. And so I know this signature lines up with those holes. And then I grabbed the next signature and I did the same thing because they're not exactly the same. I had to do it separate for each one and then make sure that I sewed the right signature into the right set of holes.
Oh, got it. Okay, so take my signature.
And you want to center the signature top to bottom.
Right. Okay, so wait a minute, because I measured mine out. Just a second.
If you measured them and they're in the exact same place on both signatures, then you're okay. Then you just have to measure, find your center hole and measure top above it and measure below it the same amount, and you'll have your exact. Instead of measuring from the top or from the bottom, I would do the center hole and then measure out from that both directions.
Okay, just a second here. Let me do this. My paper is a different size than my. Okay, so.
Candy says, we'll bring you over to the chaos side, Debbie. You won't be able to resist the dark side.
I still have to measure everything. Okay, so 9 is 4.5, and 7/8 would be like about 3/8 ish. 4.5. So, like right in here, about. Okay.
Candy, have you ever used Canva?
Did you take your signatures out?
I did not.
The thread out? You just rethreaded?
Yep. I just did right next to them. Right next to it, did it again. So now I've got 4 tails inside that I could put things on.
Could I take them out?
You could. You totally could. Just cut it and pull it.
And then you glued it down after you got your signature on.
Correct. Both of them, yeah.
Okay.
Did you make a third signature?
Not yet, but I pulled all the paper for it.
Okay.
While we were talking here. Are you waiting on me? Because you don't have to. I can do this tomorrow.
No, I'm just reading back. Just catching up. zone. And I need to forward Candy some information for today's invoices. I'll do that real quickly before I forget.
Okay, so now make sure it goes up and down, right?
Yeah, just make sure it's like, if you want it equidistant from the top to the bottom, so it's centered, and make sure your two signatures are, well, you're going to sew one signature in.
Right.
And then you're going to do the next one. So when you do the second one, you just want to make sure it's the same height, top and bottom as the first one, so that they're equal.
Okay.
So that would drive you crazy to be honest.
You went down through the middle. Okay, up through the bottom. Okay, just a second. Here, I've got a whole issue. Okay, there. There.
And then once you come up.
Okay, so then I go
on the top,
down,
and then up the center on the other side of the,
and then up through the center
on the other side of the string.
I used waxed twine.
Perfect.
Yeah, it's nice. Voila. Okay.
Nice.
I should have made this. Okay, this came up. This went down. This went this way. Okay. So one of them's sewn on now. Ta-da.
Yay.
Yay.
Second. Now, and you have to be sure to space out for 3 of them.
Right. So I did the middle one. So
okay, that's good, because then now you can just go halfway to the left, halfway to the right. That's good.
Okay, and it's perfect. Okay,
nice.
So there, and there. Okay. Okay. So let's take this one apart. I don't hear the bass anymore.
Hear the bass.
Oh, thanks, Ivy. She just checked on YouTube, and all of Donna's tutorials are on YouTube.
Oh, nice.
I was buying her instructions, but maybe I can go from just the YouTubes if she doesn't have the instructions on there. Hi, Massimo. Hi, baby. It's his TREAT time.
Yes.
Okay. My needle. Ooh, that kind of gums up the hole in the needle.
Oh, did you get it in glue?
No, the wax off the
The
cord. I'll have to see if I can find it. I made a basket out of it's little to wear like a necklace out of waxed cord. And then I tried to teach it as a class. That was like, was it Margie that said herding cats? Herding cats. That was when I went way back at Doris's store.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a nightmare. Okay. Are you still emailing Candy?
Yeah.
Okay.
She's probably gotten a ton of emails now. She's like, what? Why does it keep beeping?
Okay, there is that. And now we're going to go up here. Oops.
Awfully quiet.
So well,
you just start working.
Yeah, this one isn't going in quite as easy. Oh, there we go. I found the hole. Okay, so I've got the second one on.
And you've got paper pulled for the third one, but the third one isn't made, right?
Right.
Okay, let me go back here and read some comments. I think I've got everything to Candy. Candy, let me know if you're missing anything.
Okay, and guess what? I did both of them right side up, so that's kind of a
nice
miracle blessing type of thing.
Lucy, you like Photoshop better than Canva? Is that just because of experience in using it, so it's easier because you know it? Or are there maybe some substantial things about it that you just really like Photoshop?
Okay. One, two.
Perfect, Candy. They wait till morning. They just can wait till morning. Yeah, I'm about ready to head to bed too.
Oh, we can quit now if you want.
Well, Candy's brain's probably shot. Mine's close. Less Canva, but I thought it was somewhat limiting, but great for posters and that sort of thing. Huh. Interesting. But Photoshop, you can do more. Okay.
We can stop.
Yeah. I pay for 4 times. Waiting for once I become of age, and I'll take a student discount for more years to go. Oh man. Well, it is 11:15, so we probably should. 10:15 in Washington.
Yeah.
So yeah, this was fun, and teach me to combine 2 different nights of things together. Even when my gut instinct told me better, I still did it. So sorry about taking you the long way around, Debbie. But
That's
hey,
okay. Thanks for letting me hang out and do
look
this.
at the experience. We got troubleshooting. We should have done one or the other, but that's okay. We ended up,
No, it's okay.
we ended up converting one to the other, and now everybody knows how to make a cover out of bubble envelopes anyway, and we converted it to what we wanted for our inspiration journal. So that is good. It's been a very fun weekend. Weekend's not over. We still have tomorrow. We still have tomorrow to crash.
Football tomorrow with my daddy.
I'm going to do something with my house tomorrow and see my husband. I haven't seen him for the last 2 days. Of course,
Tell him
neither's
thank you for being patient with
I will.
all of this.
He has been very patient. He has seemed to forget on Friday night. It's like, so I said, so what are you doing tomorrow? Do you have plans? He's like, yeah. He said, what are you doing tomorrow? And he said, I looked at him and he says, are you doing that again tomorrow? I said, you knew it was 2 days. You knew it was 2 days. Don't pretend like you forgot. It was fun. Thanks for hanging with us, Debbie. Thanks for
Thank
hanging.
you. Thanks for having me.
I
Let
meant
me
Debbie
blah, blah,
Riddick.
blah, and show my stuff and all that.
I meant Debbie Riddick, but I'm getting to you.
Sorry.
Sorry, no, because she said it was fun and she had a good time. Yeah, thanks, Lucy and Sylvia and Ivy and Gigi and Candy and Lynn. And is anybody else still here? Or is that about it? About everybody that's still here? Or if they're not here, they haven't shown their face or their hands. So we don't know that they're here. But Debbie, yeah, thanks for coming on with me because it sure made it more fun for me having somebody to talk to live and working through our weird
my comfort zone, getting out of my comfort zone.
Well, yeah, we both did, and yeah, we found a way to make my weird mashup work. So it wasn't. Yeah. Good night, Julie. Julie's still here. Yeah, night for us. Hope you have a good afternoon and evening, Julie. Hey, Julie, are packages getting across the border yet? Or is that still pretty much all frozen for you? Lose mine frequently. Oh, yeah, lose my mind frequently. She answered, maybe not. Julie, it's getting into evening. Oh, yeah. That's kind of a big delay Julie has there. Still no go. Okay. You keep us posted when we can get a package across the border for you. All right, guys. So this was a lot of fun. Candy and I are going to be busy on invoices and getting them out to everyone in the next couple of days. And then I'm going to be busy packing orders. It's probably about all I'm going to do all week. So the week is going to fly by. I'm going to pack orders, get them all shipped out by Saturday at the latest. Hopefully that will all go smoothly and be all ready to go for Monday. So it is upsetting. Just know that you'll have a friendly package waiting when we can ever get across the border. But Debbie, thanks for hanging out with me. It was really
Sure,
fun.
thank you. Thanks for having me.
I appreciate you being here.
Well,
And
thank you.
Candy and Glennis, if you're still here, thanks again, along with Debbie, for all your help today and yesterday.
Of
I can
course.
tell that I'm starting to sound tired. I can tell that I'm
Yes,
going
you are.
downhill. Going downhill. I don't want to sound tired, but yeah, I think it's time. So hopefully we all can get a good night's sleep tonight. We need it, and be ready to cheer the Seahawks on tomorrow.
Yeah.
Go
Yeah.
Seahawks! Oh, all right,
Love you
guys.
all.
Love
Good night.
y'all. See you in the group. Bye bye.